Namaste, everyone. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the fifth edition of Turnip Innovation Festival in 2025. We hold this event every year on the weekend before Republic Day in India. This year, the event is sponsored by none other than Qualcomm and the L2 Pro India IP e learning platform. Every year, we try to come up with a pertinent topic on innovation and IP. This year, we want to highlight the critical role played by collaboration and partnerships in shaping our innovation future. The idea came to me last October when I visited Finland and the Netherlands. I visited innovation parks, I visited tech conferences, and I realized just how much we all need each other. Some companies were looking for talent, others wanted specific know how, and some were looking for simply market access to India or to some other countries. And the list goes on and on. We are lucky and honored to have a group of speakers who are championing global innovation, championing the exact theme of this event. I want to sincerely thank all the speakers, and I want to sincerely thank all of you, the audience who registered and are attending on a Saturday morning in India or at not the most convenient times in other parts of the world. We have received close to 2,000 signups, which is incredible, and it shows your commitment to innovation and learning. We want you to be important part of the conversation on this live stream. That is why we have kept all the talks 20-minute plus 20-minute format, where the first half is for the presentation and the second half is for interaction via live chat. With this, let me invite our keynote speaker, Sudeepto Roy. Sudeepto is an engineering VP at Qualcomm Technology Licensing. He specializes in innovation enablement and technology consulting for patent licensees and governments. He has led teams to design and launch hundreds of products, including phones, IoT devices, and infrastructure for top manufacturers like Apple and Samsung. His team supports 5G, IoT, and AI system design and mentors startups on intellectual property rights. Sudipto holds degrees in computer engineering and certifications in IP law, AI, and quantum computing. So, with this, I welcome you to the stream, Sudipto. Really, really pleasure and honor to have you. The stage is all yours. I am around if you need me. So, thank you very much. And yeah.
So, namaste and Jai Hind, everyone. Thank you very much, Rahul, for the kind introduction. I will give a presentation for about 20 minutes, and then, with the help of Rahul, we will do some Q&A. Okay, Rahul, you're able to see my screen?
Yeah, yeah, great.
Okay, thank you very much. So, folks, the topic that Rahul asked me to speak about is building global innovation ecosystems. And it's what a great time to be participating in innovation across the length and breadth of our planet. I'm here from Southern California. It's about 8:33 p.m. on Friday evening. Many of you are in India, past 10 a.m. And I have also colleagues from East Asia and other parts of the world who are part of the Qualcomm ecosystem who have also dialed in today. So today I'll be dividing my talk into three parts. The first one would be about how intelligent computing is being enabled in all the devices that you use, you have in your pocket, in your purses, on your as eyewear, as glasses, the computers you use, the phones you use, the vehicles you drive, the robots you interact with. So that will be the first part of the talk. The second one is the main theme, which is the innovation ecosystem that we see at Qualcomm that is emerging globally and that we are privileged to help incubate. And the last one is actually a very important part and the theme of Rahul's work, which is ensuring that in addition to technology and business growth, startups invest in building their own IP awareness and, more importantly, generate IP to protect their hard work, protect their creative innovations. So with this, I'll take you back to Qualcomm's roots. This year, Qualcomm will actually be 40, and we were once a startup. In 1985, we started with satellite-based data services. In today's parlance, it would be called as Internet of Satellite, iOS. Back then, the internet wasn't there. What all we had was satellite-based communications. But we quickly applied ourselves to first 2G digital CDMA, then wideband CDMA 3G, then LTE-based 4G, and then continuing the OFDMA-based 5G. But as we continued the relentless pace of cellular development throughout the globe, one very interesting thing happened. When you invest in communications, communication has this gravitational pull of bringing computation towards it. So once that happened, you had devices like the first generation um, phones, such as, let's say, the Qualcomm PDQ or Blackberries. Remember those? Those are very popular as the first way to interact with the internet right from your phone. And then, as more and more computing power, bringing in cameras, bringing in position location, bringing in multimedia processing happened, then modern operating systems started coming into the phones, and that gave birth to uh, the smartphone revolution. And combined with the smartphone revolution, streaming technologies and the app ecosystem also took off. And in the previous decade, we engaged and enjoyed a very rapid explosion of smartphone technologies across multiple fields, right? Whether it's AR, VR, or compute, or whether it's certainly modernizing the digital cockpit of the car. But in this decade, we find ourselves in a um, yet another quantum jump where the confluence of 5G combined with AI at the edge have come together, and this unique potency of 5G compute and AI is actually infused across all the devices that we touch and use. And that is the world that Qualcomm is looking to enable in this decade. So, very recently, Samsung launched its Galaxy S25. These are some of the best AI capable, the fastest mobile phones that you can buy. Working with Microsoft, we redefined the PC experience with the help of Copilot Plus PCs. In fact, I'm giving this presentation from a Copilot PC. The Meta Ray-Ban has also redefined the way augmented reality is being used to interact with the world with eyewear. Similarly, wearables of every kind. Wearables do a lot more than tell the time or keep track of your steps. There's a lot that is happening, and in fact, both spatial computing (XR) and AI wearables are co-evolving. Like this is a great way for the future body wear based electronics to evolve. Automotive, everything has changed from whether how connected your vehicle is, how your digital cockpit works, how your infotainment works in the vehicle, and certainly autonomous driving, right? So you could see a market difference beyond the electrification of the transmission. Beyond that, you could see a market difference in the experience that we have today in cars versus, let's say, the combustion engine based cars, right? And this is going to change, right? I mean, as cars communicate with each other, as vehicles communicate with each other on road, there will be an increase in safety, increase in autonomy, increasing in returning time back in your pockets versus navigating busy streets and dealing with heavy traffic, right? Similarly, on the edge networking side, the fastest Wi-Fi capabilities, Wi-Fi 7, for instance, are enabled through both edge networking as well as ultra-fast 5G Wi-Fi gateways. Industrial IoT is seeing renaissance right now, whether it's robotics, whether it's AGVs, whether it's drones, whether it's AI at the edge. And I'll speak about this in further examples. And the other aspect of edge AI computing is happening right at the network edge, right? Traditionally, AI is thought about as the domain of the cloud, and certainly AI has been very prevalent in the cloud. But on the edge of the network, there is a lot of compute power that can be had, and that's what Qualcomm defines as edge computing. And then on the other side of the interface are all of these devices, right? So almost think of it as between the edge compute and all of these devices, they are just on either edge of the computing interface. So the goal that we have at our company is not just to come up with the chips for the best communication or the best computer or the best AI, but it's actually the complete package, best in class connectivity, doing very high performance computing at ultra low power because we are mobile born. We're able to bring this combination of high performance computing at low power to all of these devices, and now leading edge intelligence. And I'll give you examples in subsequent slides. So, as you can imagine, over 40 years investing in these three categories of technologies: connectivity, processing, and intelligence, Qualcomm has also, from the very get go, in fact, one of our oldest businesses is that of um, being able to license technology for others to use. And this picture that you see here is from our headquarters. When you walk in, you see a patent wall, which has the front page, the specification of many of Qualcomm's patents. And we have licensed them profusely. In fact, in the 5G era, we have 200 plus licensees worldwide. And if you look back between 5G, 4G, and older connectivity devices, a total of 18 billion devices in the planet have been licensed through Qualcomm's technologies, right? And also that in addition to such devices, we have over 250 million connected vehicle units, right, worldwide. So in addition to developing products, we also develop technology that we profusely share across the industry. And this is a very different business model than, let's say, our cousins up north in Northern California, who tend to have more vertical ecosystems. Qualcomm is as horizontal it can get. In fact, I tell people that it's remarkable that you cannot buy anything Qualcomm. Maybe you can buy a piece of garment like a cap or something that says Qualcomm. But other than that, Qualcomm is always inside. Qualcomm is always embedded, which means by definition, for Qualcomm to succeed, we have to succeed through the eyes of others, right? So this drives us to collaborate across the entire global ecosystem to drive innovation. In other words, only when you succeed with our technology, we taste success, right? Intrinsically, we don't have a product. We're not a B2C company, right? We are a B2B company in that sense. So, keeping with this theme of driving global innovation, in my team in particular, we work at the grassroots level, where innovation is just uh, just stirred up, and birth has been given to innovation. So across the globe, from certainly here in the US to Africa to Saudi Arabia, a lot of work in India, then in mainland China, in Taiwan, in Vietnam, and also very recently in Japan, South Korea, and Singapore, we have invested in a series of global ecosystem development initiatives and programs, and these largely fall into the categories of supporting early stage high tech startups, providing lots of training. We have lots of IP courses that I'll talk about. These are IP courses tailored to the laws of all the regions and countries that you see over here. And also we work with universities, right? So by working at the grassroots, we play the long game, meaning by definition, early stage startups are fragile. They are new, but if you give them an infusion of technology and this IP GAN, if you may, early enough in their life cycle, you actually improve the chances of them surviving past like the very critical fifth year, right? Every startup in the third to the fifth year is one of the most vulnerable periods, and we have seen time and time again that our startups almost get a 2 year boost through our incubation programs in the technology area, and they walk out with also a very good idea of how to protect their intellectual property. So, with
Excuse me,
this broad,
Sudipto.
yes, go ahead, go ahead.
Is it possible to be a bit closer to the mic because some people are
Absolutely.
saying that it's
Yeah,
but very feeble.
it's fading away. Yeah, how about now? Are you
Yeah,
able to hear it? Is it better?
yeah, yeah. Just more closer. It's fine. Yeah, yeah,
Okay, let me see also. I can also improve the microphone volume. How about now? Is it better?
yeah. Perfect,
Yeah,
perfect. Thank you.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, on the studio, I was able to fix the audio volume.
Hello, entrepreneur.
Yeah, I guess we are back. Back. Sorry about that. I hope the audio is clearer for everyone. I
Yeah,
cranked
yeah,
up the audio volume. Yeah. So as I was saying, Qualcomm drives, in particular, um, my team drives the ecosystem initiatives across the globe, and in particular, um, focusing on the startup incubation prong of our activities, we focus on um, a series of activities in our mentorship series, which I'll actually cover in the next stage. What I want to point out is that we are active in 6 countries and regions, and over the past 9 years, we have been able to incubate 262 early stage startups. And the pictures of recent programs are present on the left side. So going from the leftmost, we had the India startup finale last year, the Taiwan finale in November, the Vietnam finale in August last year, and also our activities in Africa for the African startups. In addition, I'm also very proud to mention that we are able to um, seek and attract startups that are led or founded by women. In fact, a quarter of our startups have women CXOs, and our startups are beginning to experience business success also in addition to technology and IP success. 12% of them are past Series A B, 4% have exited. They have raised a lot of capital. They are shipping in commercial volumes. And on the IPR side, a stat that we're very proud of, close to 1,100 patents have been filed by several of these 262 startups. And a bit later, I will talk about our investment in IP awareness training. We have over 16,000 students in the world who are taking various of our IP courses. So I wanted you to keep this picture in mind as to how we have worked with startups in India, in Taiwan, in Vietnam, in Africa, and then very shortly in further countries in Asia and also in Saudi Arabia. And the stage at which we collaborate with startups is typically post angel and pre Series A, because this is the phase where startups are in the right stage of their development cycle where they can ingest a deep infusion of advanced technology. And also, this is the right time for them to be able to start to build their IP portfolio, right? So the pre-seed, seed, pre-A is typically where most of these 262 startups have been when they joined our program. So there's a method to this madness. We go through a rigorous selection process. As you can imagine, this is a deep tech incubation program. So we have to select startups who have the technical and business caliber. And once they join our program, we help them through rapid prototyping on Qualcomm platforms. Obviously, we provide lots of technical guidance from our engineering team that's based in the US, Taiwan, Vietnam, and India. And in other regions, we provide such technical guidance virtually. We also invest a lot in business and obviously intellectual property rights coaching. And then we bring them together in a finale. In the incubation program, we have prizes. And in the mentorship programs, we help the startups actually through marketing and broadening their reach through the Qualcomm networks. And once they graduate, they become part of our alumni family. And We have deep connections with many of our alumni as they continue on with their journey beyond our programs. Now, the 262 startups that we have incubated are represent actually 22 industries, and these 22 industries range from all the way from aerospace to voice and music. And if you're interested, you could scan this QR code for a directory, external directory of all our startups, and you can explore their products and services at this directory. Now, one thing I wanted to highlight is that increasingly since the last year, we are seeing a very fast growth of AI usage on these in the products and services by the startups. And as you can imagine, the reason for using AI on device is to actually have the immediacy of responsiveness, to be able to use high performance and very energy efficient hardware. Cloud-based AI is inherently very costly, both from a computation cost as well as a energy cost. So if inference can be run on edge devices, and if it can be run on billions of edge devices, that is certainly the vision that Qualcomm has, and that's what we are trying to realize through startups also. So in order to enable this inference at the edge ecosystem, Qualcomm is investing heavily in a series of tools in our toolkit, certainly hardware, software frameworks. They're orchestrators that help with bringing models, AI agents, RAGs into the mix. Tools such as AI Hub, which actually help provide a digital playground to be able to optimize models and run it actually on the cloud on target. So we have devices hanging off of the cloud that you can orchestrate and run. And then once you have optimized it, you can bring it onto a physical device. And we support a variety of operating systems for these edge devices. So with this very rich toolkit for enabling AI at the edge, here are some examples of startup use cases that use AI, and they fall into some of the fields that I mentioned earlier in smart cities, in healthcare, in smart industry. Also, there are some very domain and industry specific use cases. Certainly, a lot of work with building the modern tools for the edge AI ecosystem and also in education. And these use cases range from, let's say, robotic kits or embedded kits which run Ubuntu or Linux or Android on very powerful edge processors, or Linux on edge cloud processors. These are like mini processors that can fit into a PCIe chassis, or certainly AI Copilot PCs or Android phones or drones, right? So AI is running on variety of form factors using a variety of operating systems. Let me speak about three of these so you get a slightly better idea about how edge AI gets used up in use cases. So I have three use cases. On the left side, I have an example from India. A Chennai-based company called Aduvo Diagnostics uses AI in a smartphone type form factor to actually assess wounds. They can point their camera and look at wounds and provide the clinician a reading of the microbial activity in the wound, and hence the modalities of treatment right after. And this is based on one of Qualcomm's vision platforms. And they have been able to build a very successful diagnostic system, almost like a tricorder, if you remember such devices from Star Trek. So this is like the next generation of on-site clinical diagnostic tools, right? The next one, if you're hungry, is a automatic noodle making vending machine. So what this machine does is that in about 2.5 minutes, it can make you a piping hot, steaming hot bowl of noodles, and it actually tastes very good. It has absolutely nothing to do with microwave noodles. It tastes really good. Where the AI piece comes in this vending machine is that they use a multi AI agent architecture which can use LLMs for interacting with the user in the language of your choice. Use LLMs to take your order, query the internal inventory system, provide logistics, right? So this startup is Yokai Express, and they actually won our contest in Taiwan last year. And if you certainly are in Taiwan, in Japan, or in the US, there are many locations where Yokai Expresses robot vending machines have been put in place. The third example I have for you today is from Vietnam, a company called VB. In fact, they are the winners of our Vietnam contest last year. They come from the conversational AI industry, where they use conversational AI that is not just only for Vietnamese conversations, but it's domain specific. So you can imagine that industries like banking and finance have a lot of jargon, a lot of lingo, a lot of uses that are very specific to that industry. So they have ported this conversational AI on a edge cloud box that is able to serve multiple client to customer agent conversations using this conversational AI platform. And then they are expanding this kind of domain specific conversational AI to other industries, right? So I hope this gives you an idea that there's a lot more to AI beyond, let's say, chatbots and generating, images and videos. AI is being put to real use by startups such as these. So with that, I'll move on to the third part of my talk, which is to highlight the IP work that is being done by startups. As I mentioned before, close to 1,100 patents have been filed by our startups. By the way, these are not patents that these patents belong to the startups. Qualcomm simply teaches them about patenting and enables them to file their patents. And during our program, they probably file one or two patents, and then after they graduate from our program, we observe how does the patenting activity continue, and you bet it does, right? In India, startups have filed over 500 patents, similar number in Taiwan. Vietnam is ever increasing, going past 1,100. And in Africa, actually, this number is slightly old. We already have 3 to 4 patents from our African startups. So very, very happy to see this activity in various parts of the world. In fact, everywhere where we have been able to incubate startups, we are able to encourage startups to also consider protecting their hard work. So I'll go through some slides real quick. Here are pictures of granted patents. On the left side, if you come to our Bangalore Innovation Lab, you'll actually see a patent wall, which is not Qualcomm's patents, but the patents of the startup. So this has become a favorite spot for many visitors to kind of see the good work of the startups in India. In fact, one of our startups, Wellnesses, they have started their own patent tree because they're beginning to build their own portfolio. A similar story is there in Vietnam. The Vietnamese startups are filing prolifically both in Vietnam, in the US Patent Office, the India Patent Office, and likewise in Taiwan also. The very, very active amount of work in Taiwan, in the US, in mainland China, Japan, and Europe. Now, beyond working with startups, Qualcomm has invested in creating a series of IP training courses. We started in Europe. Then in India, the course we have is known as L2ProIndia.com, Learn to Protect, L2ProIndia.com. In the US, we have the Inventors Patent Academy. In Africa, L2ProAfrica.com. In Taiwan, we have a course in Mandarin, which is L2ProTaiwan.com. And this year, we are investing in an Arabic language course that conforms to the laws of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the IP laws of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So in each of these courses, we teach about patents, copyrights, trademarks, trade secrets, the various modalities of IP. And then we talk about the filing procedures in the specific. So in the Indian course, you'll obviously learn about Indian filing procedures. In the US, that at the USPTO, so on and so forth. And I have the QR codes over here if you're interested in a particular country's course. And by far, we have the most students in India, followed by the US and other regions. So 16,000 and more growing globally. And I hope in India we'll see much bigger numbers thanks to programs such as Turnip's Innovation Festival. So my final slide, wanted to give you some key takeaways from that perhaps you can consider from my slide. It's important for high-tech companies such as ours to engage in purposeful innovation. Like I said at the onset, we only succeed if others can realize their products and services through our technology. So this pillar of empowering digital transformation is where all of this work belongs. And this is being fueled by 5G, literally as the wireless fiber, also the availability of low power, high performance computing everywhere, and as you have noticed, intelligence everywhere. AI at the edge makes a lot of sense from the perspective of avoiding the unbounded cloud costs to have the very high latency that services like voice or conversation require, to save on energy, right? I think doing a cloud-based GPT application costs anywhere from 10 to 100 times the cost of a basic search, whereas on your phone it's just your battery charge, right? So the energy savings are profound when you run AI at the edge, and certainly privacy and security of data. What we are seeing is now what I call as the Cambrian explosion of use cases. These are B2B use cases, in some cases B2C, but we are seeing the IoT world, the PC world, the mobile world exploding with on-device edge use cases. And these in turn are generating new compute and interface paradigms, right? So no longer it's someone moving a mouse or their finger to get something done. They're using very different kinds of UIs, very intelligent, intuitive UIs to actually interact with this digital world. And then the third prong is that if you have noticed, we really like the situation where um, startup founders, inventors solve their local problems in region, because we believe that inventors living in a region deeply understand the uniqueness of the problems they're solving, right? And then generally what happens that if let's say somebody solves a problem in Africa, it's equally applicable in India. If someone solves a problem in India, it's equally applicable in Vietnam and vice versa, right? So we also see this ability to infuse ideas and techniques that are born in a given region and take it to other places. And the way we enable this regional problem solving is to basically give access to state of the art compute. You don't have to wait for trickle down from larger economies or advanced economies, right? By providing 5G, AI, robotics, IoT right at the grassroots level, we actually infuse this cadre of new startups with the latest. They are no behind any other startup anywhere in the developed world, right? So this is what we have been able to engineer. And lastly, but not the least, making sure that IP protection goes hand in hand with technology and business development is something that we believed in, and now we are able to also make sure that this happens. Now, in this world of AI, I just wanted to end on this note: is that what we are saying is AI is actually augmenting human ingenuity, right? I mean, I know there are a lot of people who are worried about AI replacing work. Yes, AI will absolutely replace mundane, boring, repetitive work. That's in fact, otherwise, why even invest in AI? But what we are saying, and again, if you hark back to the three examples I gave you, what we are saying is that AI is becoming an accelerant, a catalyst for further ingenious ideas, right? So before I end, I just wanted to point out that there are QR codes over here for the early stage startup directory. Also, Qualcomm has a lot of training courses that are geared towards startups. You could also go to our ecosystem training page. And lastly, if you're interested, if you're based in India and you're interested in learning about IP, then please also check out our L2 Pro India course. So, so Rahul, over to you. That was those are the points I wanted to make.
Great. Thank you, Sudeepto. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll start with a question. Then maybe the audience can join in. So, can you say a little bit what is edge AI? Like, how does it look? Is it something physical? Is it like the chips? Because, like, how does it work? This edge AI. So it's a bit basic question, but like, if I
Sure.
have to put it in my hand, like, how does it look like?
So to answer that question, I'll say that at the highest level, there are two aspects to AI. There is the training piece of it, and then there is the application piece of it, right? Now, typically, training of AI, whereby learning patterns from data sets, you come up with a basically a pattern model, right? So, a pattern model would be used to encode or encapsulate, let's say, a word pattern for text, or a audio pattern for voice, or a image pattern that might look like a cat or a dog, right? So that is the pattern that is encoded. Now, on the inference side, when you go and say that, hey, create the image of a cat, then the trained model, because of the encoded pattern, can generate that image of a cat, right? Or if you say that what comes after the word republic, then the model will be able to guess that, hey, if today is close to January 26th, day, Republic Day, for instance, right? So when we talk about Edge AI, we're saying, can we run that inference on devices that are in your pocket, as opposed to having to send a query from your pocket device over the cloud, over the
Hmm.
internet, wait for a cloud to respond, and then bring that response back? Can we just do it
Hmm.
directly on the device itself?
Wonderful, wonderful. So great. Let's see some questions from the audience. Codeweed has asked, let's see, Suipto, if it's relevant. Do you think Qualcomm will make their processor to 2 nanometer because it is 3 nanometer now? Is it, if it's relevant, we take it. Otherwise, we can take some other questions.
Yeah, we Qualcomm has always been at the forefront um, of the latest nodes, and if the future nodes go there, we'll certainly be among the first to adopt this.
Yeah, so Dr. Bala Gopi is asking, today's device is able to get interfaced with their current speed of operation. If not, how to improve it? Does Qualcomm design QD support? Uh, yeah, I mean, I don't particularly understand this question, sir, Bala sir. If you can please rephrase it, that would be great. So I could ask, something like, suppose there's a Indian in academia, there is some student or some professor who's working on certain designs related to 5G, IoT, and so what they can do to get Qualcomm's attention and join the startup system.
In fact, let me use a particular file to explain that. Um, we have several programs in India that we have launched almost every year since 2016. One particular program, to your question, Rahul, I would draw to is the Department of Telecom's 100 5G Use Case Lab program. This is an excellent program where the Department of Telecom has given 100 universities
Hmm.
money and to buy equipment for 5G use cases, right? So I would
Hmm.
encourage, in fact, my colleague Pushkar Apte, who leads our India team, he is interfaced with DOT as well as many of these use case labs. I would certainly ask you to contact him or through DOT and kind of join this program, the 100 use case program.
Great, great. So yeah, a lot of comments on YouTube thanking Dipankar Saha. Thank you. Uh, okay, one question is there. Anand Gemini. He says, "How is AI more easily capture over all software developers?" So I think he's talking about use cases in software development. So uh, my question is how AI is more easily capturable all over software developer.
Yeah, so if I interpret the question accurately, um, so if you think about the basic act of code generation, right? I don't know of any modern programmer who doesn't use AI already to generate code, right? And this trend started 2 years ago, and I would be very surprised if um, 50-60% of software developers already don't use AI, right? And so this is on the code generation piece of it, right? Because in many cases, AI can actually write good quality code, and AI can write code for better memory efficiency, better processing, better encoding, better reusability to check for reentrancy, so on and so forth, right? But the human is always in control, right? I mean, nobody is going to hold AI responsible if there is a failure in the code. They're going to hold the human manager in charge, right? So the humans are always responsible in studying the code, in understanding the code, in testing the code, in making the code maintainable, version it, right? So that is one aspect of AI, right? I mean, there are others who have proclaimed rather boldly that AI means the death of software coding. It could be far from true, right? Qualcomm is not only a chip company, we're one of the largest software companies in the world. No AI has replaced our software developers, right? So it's not a question of replacement. It's a question of can AI be used to write better quality, more conforming code, right? So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of AI is that AI is extremely good at detecting patterns from large data sets, right? So AI can be used as an agent by software to extract those patterns and then take further actions, right? So the way AI is changing the software paradigm is that it's a very powerful tool that that can take action on it has agency. It can take action on itself, right? By itself. So one part of software is to steer and guide the AI. The other part of AI self-generates responses and self-generates output. Then it comes back to the software for presentation and for interaction, right? So a short way to summarize what I just say is that now we are in a very different form of evolution where software and AI are co-evolving, right? So
Hmm.
one not one simple way to say what I say right now is that if 30 years ago you started programming on a PC and for the first time we had software on the edge device on a PC versus on the mainframe. Right now, that paradigm is software, right? So we went from PCs to the paradigm of SaaS to the paradigm of mobile compute software, right? Now we're in the paradigm of
Yeah.
AI-based software.
Wonderful, wonderful. So one question I have, since this also relates to the topic about innovation, collaboration globally. So one thing that I feel that inhibits collaboration and innovation globally is this risk, because there's this thing that we should not use chips made in China because there are some security risks. So how does Qualcomm address it? Because eventually we are buying chips probably designed in US, or I think maybe manufactured in India but designed in US. So is this a realistic trust issue that governments have about using chips designed by some other country?
It is the real concern, right? We hear it from governments and customers all over the world. We also work very closely with many customers in China. In India, you have beautiful Qualcomm-based phones from Xiaomi, OnePlus, Oppo, Vivo. Motorola is owned by Lenovo, right? So inherently, we find ourselves in a position where we work with practically every government, engineering ecosystem in the world, right? Whether it's in Africa or in China or in the US or Europe, right? So some of the guidelines as to what what a given country can consider as safe for consumption by their country, right? By the way, it will differ, right? I mean, if you ask the Chinese, they'll have a very different viewpoint about what they consider safe, right? So it is very much a personal question. Like, I mean, the way I would ask you is that um, which strangers will you allow in your home, right? Maybe the UPS driver, delivery person, right? But perhaps not somebody else. So it does become a personal something that you have to assess for yourself. But some of the tools that I would use is do the chips have inherent securities such as trust zones, such as immutable hardware? Do the software come authenticated by somebody who is in your country? If that person is errant, then you can take them to and prosecute them under your country's laws. The third question I would ask is the software that you're putting in your devices, is that entity around for security updates, for feature updates? Is that entity around 5 years from now? Let's say I put a IoT device in a smart meter. and the vendor is gone 5 years from now, and I need to upgrade it. Is that person around in my country? What happens to my data? What happens to the insights of my data? What happens to AI models that are developed in my country, right? So I think these are all the questions at various levels that each country has to answer for itself, right? And being a global company, we conform to the laws of every country that we operate in, right? Because that's the only way you can do global business. And when someone raises a security question, we try to address it from an engineering and business point of view, right? So the answer is, in
Yeah.
short, it's complicated, but there is a method to the madness.
Yeah. Great, Sudipto. Thank you so much for your views, for something quite amazing, quite something quite at the cutting edge of innovation where we are in the times that we are living, and really grateful to have Qualcomm and something like as cutting edge as Edge AI, and also many questions are there in the chat which we could not take. How Qualcomm supports student innovations and startups academic incubator. I think Sudipta has already answered that. There's obviously the L2 Pro platform. There are many Qualcomm India Design Challenge and many other ways in which you can collaborate. If we have some links, there are some links in the description, so please check them out. There are some contacts there with which you can get the attention of Qualcomm. And so yeah, Sudipto, thank you. Really
Thank you.
appreciate having you. And yeah, any last words if you have would be really nice.
No, this is actually a great time to be a entrepreneur, right? The world is moving very fast. Technologies are converging. So in fact, the converging technologies are accelerating each other, right? So if you think of each of these technologies as sort of exponential curves, right? Imagine how the exponential curves are being modulated by the next curve's exponent, right? That's the pace at which is why in 24 hours, practically a lot happens in the field of AI. Similarly, a lot is happening in IoT, right? Now, don't be disheartened by this pace. You might feel like, hey, I'm being left behind. Do something. Join at any point, right? Grab this opportunity now, because you just have to start somewhere on the curve, right? One great insight that I give to my daughter is that whenever you look at an exponential curve, no matter where you are at on the curve, you are part of that exponent. One part will
Yeah.
look very steep and one part will look very shallow. No matter where you are at, you're always on the exponent. So I'll
Yeah.
end on that note.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Sudipto. Really appreciate your time. So thank you. Now we are going to invite Ankita Tyagi. She's already with us, but first I'm going to introduce her. So I would again like you to introduce you to a really nice speaker. Uh, Ankita Tyagi, she has 15 years experience in intellectual property, standards, policy, and innovation. She builds collaborations between Europe, Asia Pacific, and India to drive trade and innovation. She's a certified IP expert and a master trainer at the European Patent Office. Ankita advises startups, MSMEs, innovation stakeholders on market strategy and market access in Europe and globally. She coordinates with Indian state and central governments to create impactful partnerships in the Europe India business corridor. So, with this, I'm going to invite Ankita to the stage. So, Ankita, welcome to Turnip Innovation Festival 2025. The stage is yours, and yeah, you can unmute your mic, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Rahul. Here, and I heard from our previous speaker. He really set up the context as well, why we are here and what we are discussing, and what we are going to discuss in what are the challenges, opportunities, and the way forward in bringing more global collaborations and bringing in more collaboration from industry and academia side specifically. So yeah, thank you.
So yeah, we this session we are going to have it as a conversational session. So the audience, I would request you to make use of the time of Ankita ma'am and ask questions in the chat. In between, when we have time, we are going to take these questions. Otherwise, I think there are no presentations. I'll ask Ankita a few questions, and then I think you can get a very good idea about how startups are going abroad now, and what are the challenges, and what are the best practices that startups can undertake. So great. So Ankita, your experience has been a lot in the Europe and India business collaborations. So how does it work? Like if startups have to go abroad, current scenario, how what does it look like?
I think it's a very pertinent question in the current scenario because lot of databases wherever you will hear so many startups scale ups are there. Data was like previous years data was like okay it's shooting like that, but now if we'll see things are like a lot of startups are just going out from the picture. Why it is happening? So if I'll say a lot of new domains are coming, a lot of with new policies, with new initiatives, a lot of new areas are also coming. Here, major things what I see is market access aspect, because whatever we are creating, whatever startups or scale ups, even SMEs are creating, whatever products they are developing, so they are not deeming fit in the market requirement. So herein demand driven question is there. So what I advise generally even to startups and other partners that let's see what is the demand in here, whether it's in our home country, whether it's abroad, because if someone is coming from other countries also, they have their own product on the basis of whatever demand is there. But when they're coming in India, they are seeking new areas wherein Indian demand is there. But then for the successful collaboration, they have to match their demand with the right product. So here are startups also, even academias, whomsoever are going forward in the what kind of products they need to develop. So they should be focusing on the demand aspect and what is the right kind of market is here. So there is a big gap in current scenario, although we are again and again reminding ourselves that yes there's a big gap and there big gap is there, but what we are doing exactly in terms of bridging that gap. Lot of new platforms are available, but what I see, even the visibility of those kind of platforms available, new kind of policies, or what kind of collaborations should academia should be tying up with the other partners, they are they are not maybe in the reach of the right partners, or as in terms of visibility there are no direct links, because generally whenever any schemes or platforms are coming in, a lot of hierarchies in between. So we need to clear all these hierarchies. We should be very very clear that yes these are our stakeholders, these things should be very clear and ease and within the outreach of the companies. It should not be like that there are three parties in between and other, if some SME or academia is coming, they should be seeking 10,000 questions and filling 10,000 forms and then they are getting the answers. So what I see in current scenario, these are the important issues which we need to really highlight among ourselves in the mind of policy stakeholders, especially in the mind of regulators. Because if you see, just I mean if I'll take the data aspect, so yes data protection law is here, but lot of questions around it, how academia or the new startups are taking in, because we are talking about the consent management platform, so many things around it, but whether our startups or the academia or the right stakeholders are aware about it. No, I don't think so, because whenever I am speaking with the even the smaller partners or even the big ones, they're themselves in the doubt. Yes, so how we are going to talk to other partners if someone is coming from Europe, so how we are going to talk with them because they are following GDPR? How we are going to align ourselves in the data aspect? So small things are there, and even in 5G, 6G, we say new Satcom policy is coming and new players are coming on daily basis. News are about Airtel or Bharti and other players or the Starlink. But what are the opportunities around it? We need to see all these aspects, and then interest from global companies, because I'm not sure that our academia is well aware about a lot of B2Bs are happening, wherein because in Europe and other places, if you see, a lot of startups are coming from academia background, from the incubators from their side, and they are coming in these B2B or matchmaking platforms. They are presenting their products, but what I see from our side, that link is missing. only the big companies or the players who are already in there, or the business incubate side, they are there. But what about the real companies who should be there? So we need to, I think, focus on these pertinent sides.
Mhm. So, how is the funding like for suppose the startups and like small startups? I think the first thing they have to see is like, okay, going abroad is like seems like without funding, it's not
Hmm.
possible. So, what are there any channels you can suggest to startups innovators?
Yes, there are various channels, but we need to really pick in the right thread. Because if startup, see, if there is, sometimes it's just the idea, sometimes it's, yes, they have first level POC, proof of concept with them, sometimes it's just a lab product, sometimes they
Mhm.
are really looking for the only for the infrastructure, they are just need in the right instruments or the infrastructure where they can avail all the facilities, sometimes they just want only the funding, sometimes it's the skill set, they need more experts around it to guide them, sometimes it's the regulatory aspects, and sometimes it's just the right set of demand they need to see.
Mhm.
Because as I earlier I pointed out this thing, that meeting with the right market and the right demand. So again, I'll start on that point. Whomsoever is seeking funding, so they should first of all match themselves with the right market. And when they match themselves with the right market, then they should go for the relevant stakeholders around it. Then BSOs and other people coming. And then the funding aspect comes. Because what I see, even not matching with the right regulatory framework in your market, that's also a negative point for our side. So we should be aware about what is the regulatory aspect, whether our product is going to be right fit set for there, or if we really want to scale up, what other companies, for example, Qualcomm is leading this L2 Pro, right? So they have very good set of startups who are working for very good products as well. There are a lot of initiatives in PPP mode. For example, Living Lab is one sort of this framework which we had established in Triple IT Hyderabad with the help of Smart City Mission and Ministry of Electronics and IT. So therein we saw the demand of what is the demand in the smart cities. And if Triple IT Hyderabad, being they have all industry players in there, but whether they are able to bring out the right set of POCs, right set of the product fit market, it was a question, pertinent question, even from the Minister of Electronics and IT side, that they have this meaty startup hub. But whether all these startups engage in there, they are able to create some very good products which are actually relevant to our market. If not so, then why? Then because a lot of schemes which are providing seed funding, they're already existing. But whether that has been utilized in a right manner or not, so we need to give that direct link to our startups.
Mhm.
And what I say, even startups should also look for the right set of business organizations or the companies. Because in current scenario, no one can work in isolation. Even the big companies, they are creating solutions, but we need to have a complete product line. A lot of startups have good idea, so we should match our demand that whether good companies are already doing something around it. For example, Bharat 6G 5 say in terms of their standards, because when we are talking about the 5G and 6G patterns, so what are the initiatives from government side? They must be doing something. We have Standard Development Organization, TSTSI in place. So there are a lot of startups who are aware through the link of the big companies, for example, Tata, these and others. So they are entering in, they're working on the right set of product, they're getting even the funding
Mhm.
around it because they are meeting with the
Mhm.
right partner, right?
Mhm.
So meeting the right demand, looking for the right partner, then investors themselves will come to you. Okay, this
Mhm.
is the right set of product for
Yeah.
us. Even the big companies, like just I've mentioned to you, Living Lab, so they're in industries there, so they are giving the demand, talking to smart city missions and others, and then talking to academy whether you can help us with the skill set, we will provide you infrastructure. You just see the demand, and on the basis of the demand, on the problem statement, accurate problem statement, for example, the waste management, water management issues, right? So
Mhm.
they've invited a lot of solutions. So these ideas and terms and all these I should say hackathon or whatever challenges they run. So they had invited SMEs or the startups, or it was open for all, and the solution have been invited from globally. So a lot of people have come up, even from the Switzerland. One company came, startup, small startup. So they are doing the work, and then there they saw that yes, here in regulators are there. If we will meet some, we can produce some right set of product for them. Big companies
Mhm.
giving us infrastructure, funding is
Mhm.
coming from even the partner, because it's in the interest of the big company that if they are
Mhm.
really able to collaborate and getting the ready idea and able to scale up that one which is actually going in the market. So you
Mhm.
you can solve really all these problems. And then a lot of initiatives whatever available,
Mhm.
government also see, yes, you are filing the patent, we will reimburse you for your international filing. Even the Indian Patent Office, yes, scheme is there, but to turn around the game, you should focus on your right set of demand again and again. I'm
Demand.
putting this
Yeah.
word because if you're not able to see your market, then whatever you
Mhm.
are creating, you will be just going here and there
Mm.
asking for
So
the okay,
how
where I put it. Yeah.
so how to meet the right demand? Like, are there any particular sectors nowadays that because now something like if we can tell the audience that okay, these are the sectors, these are like your best chances are here.
So in I want to put two things in here. So how to assess the demand? So first thing is, as we hear, yes, SETCOM policy I mentioned, defense sector is there, aerospace. So in these big sectors, even the sustainability is one of the aspect. Energy is one of the aspect. So we need to link what all small problem statements are there. It's not like that in defense you just need to create the satellites or the missiles or rockets. No, so around that there are so many things are there. So how you're going to assess all these things? So for that, as I mentioned, B2B platforms are a very good area wherein a lot of companies came. So you just see what all companies are actually working in, and then you will see if these kind of companies. So you should hear them that yes, if these kind of products are already in market, so what is the white space around it? Wherein we can
Mm.
create and we can actually create our homegrown product wherein we can produce something which is relevant for India, right? So that's one answer. Another aspect is that I'm not sure that how many companies or even the academias, because big companies they have a particular department which is actually looking for the patent databases, watching what all landscape in
Mm.
technological area is there, what all competitors are there, because that's for the legal aspect for them to making the business decisions. But
Mhm.
in our scenario, what I see in SMEs, in the startups and the academia, yes, IP awareness is there, but how much they are using in their regular practice while creating even the project or looking for the products, how much they are seeking the help of available patent databases.
Mm.
So I request and stress upon the fact again and again, please use the
Mm.
free available patent
Patent search.
databases, which are the very authenticated source for you for whatever is happening right now. So
Mm.
nowadays, it's just the basic skill set. You know your wherein you want to go, right? So you just can see. You just put the word energy
Mm.
and or it's a basic operation. Just use the right set of keyword what you look for, and
Yeah.
then you will get the entire list, and then you can really click. Okay, it's just like a simple Google, right? So, but it's
Yeah.
going to be very specific Google for you on the patent documents.
Yeah.
Just see the what is the technological landscape around it.
Mm.
Please go through their whatever latest reports. All these patent offices, for example, European Patent Office, they have this as Passnet
Mm.
tool. It's a wonderful tool. European Patent Office, they have freely available, and then World Intellectual Property Organization, Patent Scope is there. For Indian Patent Office, already that is there. But please
Mm.
go through whatever documents they create. It's just who are the top 10 inventors. If you see the technology, what all, because patents always belongs to particular classification. If you are able to see in that particular classification all kind of for example in vaccines, because after COVID it was very pertinent that yes, in health so many things are happening, then in vaccination and related aspects. So now you are able to see that a lot of industries around that, small industry picking the right set of problem. right? Sanitizers, we say this is a basic one, but with the
Hmm.
sanitizers also a lot of issues are there. So opportunities are there. We need to go for the right place and seeking the right area.
Yeah.
So I request again and again, even for the professors and others, whenever you are working, even for the thesis and other things, please at least advise your students, and you should themselves go on these office databases, and please have a
Yeah.
look at what are all top 10 competitors or what all top 10 technology areas are there. Ask your students to please have a look at what's happening around us, right? So even I'll give you very interesting example. So European Patent Office, they hold this annual innovators and inventors show as well, right? Award ceremonies. So therein, it's a 5 month thing they start, and they always ask for the applications, even from the Asia side, and there's so 1 or 2 Indian inventors were also there, right? So the different areas are there. With that set, you're really able to see that how they have mapped the demand, right,
Hmm.
and what you're creating. Then maybe you are capable enough, when you see they become inspiration for you, and when you see, yes, this is the problem, actually we also can create something around it, right? And then there's a right answer for you. So even in the thesis, whatever, in the for the PhD students, whatever research and development projects, because I know that academia also work with various
Yeah.
ministries in various schemes, for example, tied in the schemes. So if you're submitting a very good proposal, and if you can really say that this is the market demand right now, wherein we can plug in with the industry as well. So you will yourself will see your product will directly go in market. So I think that's the right approach. You don't need
Absolutely.
any search. You just need to see the right strategy, because as we again and again say, market strategy is nothing but your IP strategy plus business strategy. And business strategy will always come second. Once you should be thoughtful around the fact what we are doing. We are not going to reinventing, but
Yeah.
we are not going to create something very disruptive, right? But we are picking the right problem at the right time, creating the right solution, mapping with the right partner, and yes, then you will see that yes, we are
Hmm.
actually in the right direction. So that's my advice.
Yeah. Patent search is a essential skill, folks. By the way, Ankita has put some links in the description. So the patent search platforms that she talked about, their links are in the description. It's an essential skill nowadays for even people who are non-experts in IP, and you can see already a very valid use case. And also, she has put some links on the smart city project and also the Bharat 6G alliance. So please check them out. After this, Ankita, I have this question. So this standards, because I think India doesn't think too much about standard, because I was doing my research in Europe, and I know standards was a big thing. I wrote a couple of papers on standards and IP. So for the audience here, please can you tell them what are standards first of all, because the audience is of all kinds of awareness level in standards and IP, and then why and how we can be more enthusiastic or more serious about standards here in India.
Absolutely. So as I'll start with the example in this one, because when we see the example, we always learn fast, right? So earlier, remember two plug and three pin plug, right? So right now, what we see, you have very particular pin plug is there, right? Three pin. And if you'll go in Europe and other places, you can see yes, two pin plug is three pin is already available, but you will be able to use only the two pin, but you have to have a particular adapter for the same, right? So what is that adapter? It's in technology which is actually being interoperable, and everyone is able to use it, and everyone is using it, and you're able to get it at a very cost saving price, right? So that is the standard. So we have the some a particular technology which is widely applicable. Everyone is seeing yes, this particular technology we can use, and it is available for you,
Wonderful.
right? So that
Wonderful.
is the standard, and there's a power of standard. So I know that big companies are there already. They're already creating there's a lot of awareness around it. But whenever we hear these buzzwords, 5G, 6G, 4G, even nowadays, our smartphone is not just a smartphone. Lot of apps around it. Lot of entrepreneurial sectors are coming around it. How it is coming? Because it's not just the internet we are using. It's not just the mobile telephone it's going on. But if you see, it's the emergence of new vertical sectors around it. You're able to create the Zomato and others, right? It's not just the e-commerce you are running. on your smartphones, but there are so many areas around it. You can just have the various maps, GPS, right? With the satellite sector, so many companies are coming who are giving you, okay, now we are hearing about even the directly linking our mobile telephony with the Starlink, right? We are hearing about it. So how this is happening? So all these areas are actually because of standards. If someone, only big companies are creating something and they are only doing something in their home countries, so others will not be able to do that, and it's not going to be cost effective for them. What is the use of the
Hmm.
technology which you can only using in your own, in your home country? Then you, if a technology should be widespread, it should be used by others. So there should be a common consensus that yes, if one company has created something, so others can be consulted with that. Yes, this is the best technology. We need not to reinvent the wheel. So let's use
Hmm.
this one, and it is good for everyone, right? So
Hmm.
3GPP platforms. So all these organizations are there because in all of the jurisdictions they have their own standard development organization. In India, we have TSDSI. So whatever research goes through, whatever big companies sits in a platform submitting their latest research, because research, as I mean, being academia, everyone understands that research is not something, whatever we are using, it's not research. Research, it's going, right now we have particular product in our hand, but if for the future, research is already happening, right? So for the 6G, people are already worked. Now they are working on the
Hmm.
specifications, how a particular vendor or operator can use that particular product, right? So right now things are in that direction. So right now we are doing the use cases for 5G. 5G is visible in our phone signals, right? But whether 5G with the fast internet, what we had achieved, what we hadn't achieved with the 4G, right? So
Hmm.
this is the question even for the companies. So standards are playing a very crucial role. And I think in India now there's a big understanding, and the awareness is there. We don't want to create research without standards. So all
Hmm.
research should be standard focused. So we can't just sit on the table listening others that yes, this is what we have created, use our product. And
Hmm.
again and again and again and again, we'll be just relying on others, right? We are giving our money out that yes, let's use the technology, they will come. That's
Hmm.
happening. But if you see right now, we hear that China, if you'll take particularly China, so 6G, they are more advanced than even the other players, right? How? Because they are promoting standard based research. They're going in a very transparent manner in the 3GPP and other organizations, making a good consensus out of it. Okay, this is the research we are doing, and let's go for that. I think we should aim for that direction, that our academia should now also focus on the research based, standard based research, and also looking for the way wherein they can submit the research in various platforms. As I mentioned,
Hmm.
B6G, Bharat 6G Alliance, TSDSI, they have various working group. Please
Hmm.
have a look at the website, see
Yeah,
that,
the
because
links are there, folks.
lot of IITs are already submitting their proposal through various areas. And big focus from Government of India is actually how academia should be engaged in all this research. So
Hmm.
I think future is going to be about standards, wherein
Hmm.
India will be also sitting on the table, and we have a good say that see, we are a very big market. If other players want to come here bringing the technology, please listen to us. We also have contributions from our side.
Yeah,
Yes.
wonderful, wonderful. So, shall we take a question from the audience? Maybe it's
Yeah.
pertinent to. So, Kiran Chakravarthula, he's asking, can we know any platforms where academic researchers in India can find counterparts or research partners in other countries? And he mentions that Microsoft Academic Research used to be a good platform, but not anymore.
So I have mentioned as in Horizon 2020, lot of platforms. Even if you just visit the European Patent Office, also there. So there are a lot of links are available, wherein various academia partners are already working in. So they have their complete details. You can go and put their research, right? And Fraunhofer Institute, they're also, and because these, as I mentioned earlier, also that whatever B2Bs. So please, academia needs to engage with in various B2Bs also. Please also make visible yourself going in the various, like for example, Indian Mobile Congress happened, so a lot of people from other countries were there putting their stalls, right? So it's not just that we are just going for the seeking that yeah, what is the best product, but let's see what all other partners are there. So I think we need to more visible. We need to be more
Hmm.
sharing on the thought and listening to others what all things are coming. So I think we need to make some effort around it. Yes, platforms
Hmm.
you will get it, but you need to go out and see what is our requirement there.
Hmm. So one more question. I think maybe it's a good question. Satyoki Kaundinya, do standards hamper startups and SMEs business because through obtaining injunctions by patent holders? So is it actually an
No,
inhibitor?
no, it's not an inhibitor at all. Not an inhibitor. Instead of that, it is giving you an opportunity, more opportunity to work on. Because see, if you are bringing in standard, for example, sitting because if we are talking just for the others who are creating standards, and for example, if there is no relevant technology for us which everyone can use, so how you're going to work on that? So every country will have their own technology, and there is no going to be no more global collaboration will happen on that note. So if you are creating some very good technology and everyone is going to use that, so for that it's not just the big companies. That's why I'm again and again saying you need to see the right set of market also for putting your product in, right? So if you are able to put your right technology or the product or the whatever research you are doing, so yes, various platforms are there which will help you. Even the big companies are also eager, okay, if you are creating something, let's collaborate, because it's good for India, homegrown products, right? So if you're able to collaborate on that matter, and yes, it is going in forward, then also it is good for SMEs. SMEs are also looking for the product to scale up, right? For the manufacturing aspect. So they're going to manufacture that. And if it's
Hmm.
India homegrown technology which is going for the manufacturing, of course, it will enable them to work in more collaborative manner. For example, I'll give a very interesting example in Airbus and others, because they are the major players in the aerospace, right? So if Boeing and others, they have they ask that, okay, for the manufacturing, let's set up a plant in India. But if Indian SMEs and startups are not aware about the standards needs to follow, so how they will bring in their manufacturing in India? So we need to be aware about what is the scenario. We need to be, first of all, we need to learn how we are going to manufacture, how we are going to create the standard, how we are going to follow the standard, right? So once we know that this is how we can play the game, then you have some experience around it. Then yes, parallelly you should focus on, okay, let's create something new for ourselves as well, because we always learn while doing. It's never being the case that we can always create something and we are the bosses. It's never going to happen. We need to learn, first of all, how we are going to create and implement in various scenarios. We need to have that kind of right
Mhm.
set of infrastructure among us, right? So if SMEs are able to set up the right set of infrastructure, then you will be having more global collaborations. SMEs will
Mhm.
have more transparent, I think, workflow as well. So they're able to follow the protocols which have been followed globally, because that's very
Mhm.
important aspect. Because even for the facility management, even small things, you need to follow the standards around it. Even
Yeah.
so, yeah. So that's my
Yeah.
answer.
Great. Let's have one more question. Very Sonali Sarkar, ma'am, she is asking. This is actually a genuine thing that Indian universities and colleges want. So, can you help in research collaborations or joint conferences hosting with foreign university? I mean, of course, you cannot directly help, but what should they do? Let's say to enable this.
Okay, so nowadays, lot many universities are open for the collaboration. That's the first thing, and even the website they always post this thing, white papers, right, and the other things. That's also very good medium. So wherein academias can look for what all universities are particularly working in your area, right? It's not that you want to go for a particular artificial intelligence and you want to tie up for just for the namesake. You want to tie up for sustainability university, right? So please see what all relevant universities are working in which areas. Nowadays, they have lot many workshops and conferences, and also a very good medium from World Intellectual Property Organizations. So they have platforms for academia, right? So academia can go and work with various universities. They can work with WIPO office as well. right? So they have the
Yeah.
Indian partner, so they can talk to them, and then how, because you need a partner who is reliable enough, right? And then you
Mm.
have to provide the input as well. It's not going to be the one-sided aspect, so you should be ready for the work. You need to do some homework around it. So please go through all these websites. That's why I again and again emphasize, please go to European Patent Office, because academia bring research over there. So whatever papers you will see a list of academias who are working in. You can contact to them, even for the innovators in particular area, right? And then similarly for YO and USPTO, names are, you can see literally the names of universities. So I think
Mm.
that's the right way to approach to any university, because without just thinking and without knowing what we are going, because you can't just hold a conference or workshop for the sake of naming it. So for,
Mhm.
if you really want to run a long term work plan around it, so please think through it, identify the areas, collaborations, what you can give to them. Others, so yes, we know that we can hear from side there, but the other universities are also very eager in knowing that what other partner can bring in on board,
Mhm.
right? So we should be very, very clear what kind of research, whether we are interested in skilling our manpower, if any funding is required, so how we are going to manage through it,
Mhm.
whether we can bring in other industry partners, whether we can bring in our SMEs, because SMEs are also very good partners. Let me tell you, nowadays
Mm.
trend is that you have to have a lot of things in with the right set of stakeholders, right? So it means you need to have the right regulators, not in terms of that we want a top-notch boss from the ministry. No, we want the right person who is doing the thing, who knows their things, right? So we need right officer who are working around it. We need the implementation partner around it. Once you will go through all these databases, once you will see around it, so you will get to know that yes, these are the people who can actually tell us how to do that,
Mm.
right? So I think these are the very good
Yeah.
examples. And you can also tie up with Triple IT Hyderabad. I'm telling you, they are doing a wonderful job, because they have center of excellence, and on regular basis they are holding sessions, small breakout sessions with the product teams from Europe and USA. I mean, very relevant partner even with the industry. So you can have a word with them, learn from their side what they are doing, and then yes, open the door for yourself.
Yeah. Also, Sonali, ma'am, I'll tell you at 1:15 p.m. Please attend the lecture by Dr. Arash. He's one of the leading researchers in Finland, and I know that they are very, very open for collaboration. So please, 1:15 p.m. There's also a talk on this. So let's take a couple of more questions have come in. Let's say Yuvraj Singh, how to address the problem where SMEs don't want to scale up because of the benefits they receive from the government schemes. Is it a thing, Ankita?
See, for SMEs, yes, I do see challenge, because the mentality around it. When, because what I see in, I'll give you a very straightforward example here. In automobile sector, we see there are few places big companies always create fence of vendors around them, right? These are the SMEs, and it's mostly managed by the family businesses, right? So they're getting the business directly from OEM. That's why they are creating particular component or something, right? But now even I have worked on a project, and the concept was like that, because if and I think 10 minutes before I just pointed out on the Airbus example. So if the companies who are manufacturing for Airbus, company, I mean manufacturing in Spain, they are coming here in India. They, even Airbus wants to give some products here in Indian SMEs. Why they should be giving it, right? So that's a
Mhm.
very particular pertinent point, that if Indian SMEs are not aware about their infrastructure, what right set of platforms should they have, right set of technology they have to work with other partners, because I'm sure they will love business, but how to bring that business on board, that is the important aspect, right? So to
Mhm.
relook into that aspect, they need to see that that's why, I mean, even previously I've approached to a lot of SMEs in this area, because these are family-run businesses. So we always propagate this aspect, or the idea, even through MSME ministry, that yes, SMEs needs to be on board. They should be aware that what all benefits they will get, because they are not using their 100% infrastructure right now as well. And if they will tie up with the right set of startups or scale ups or the big players, and they will implement the right set of technology, they will be able to enhance their business and work with even global OEMs, not just Indian. But they need to work on the standards also, adopting the right set of technology. You can't just
Mm-hmm.
put, and you have to have the skilled manpower, because again and again, even in a lot of uh, reports, if you will see from the SME sector, the ministries, you will see what problem you will see. Problem of skilled manpower, not having the right set of technology in place. So even when you say digitization is not just putting all IoTs and other things in picture. It means how your skilled manpower is going to implement the technology in your place, and how you're going to utilize the efficiency of your infrastructure to create the more, I mean, relevant products or scaling up the things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So that's
yeah,
for
yeah.
me.
There are some questions. Let me ask you one of my questions. How is IP? I mean, let's say academia. Let's take in the context of academia. Are they relevant in standards? And also maybe a related question: how is IP related to standards? Like how seriously and how we should take IP and standards like together?
Okay. So whenever we do some research, we want to safeguard as well, right? So we say that whatever we had done, so we need to have some return on investment. Commercialization of technology is one thing, but without infringing others and without being infringed ourselves, we want to have our part, right? We want to have money in our pockets as well, return on investment. So
Hmm.
for that, you're going to file IP for that, right? So whatever standards are coming, all these are patented technologies. It's just the thing that they are available for you and the very fair cost, because it's widely
Hmm.
implemented, right? And everyone is getting benefited out of it, because if you're using an 5G technology, you're able to create some better solutions around it. So other industry is also blooming around it. Okay, so
Hmm.
patents and standards goes hand in hand, because you need to
Hmm.
safeguard yourself as well, and that is a
Hmm.
relation. So if you'll see, you can't create anything without having the right market. For the
Hmm.
market, if you're creating something, you need to safeguard for return on investment.
Yeah.
For that, you have to file the IP, right? And
Yeah.
then parallelly, if you're filing the IP for making a standard, because standard takes some longer time and more consensus around it. For developing the
Hmm.
technology direction, you have to have your IP in place, and parallelly going in the right standard development organization propagating your forward solution forward.
Hmm. And
That's
do
a
you think
requirement.
tech transfer is more easier for universities if they are having IP near about standard technologies?
See, absolutely. And standards, and let me again clear this point. Standard is something which is not you are able to create in even 5 months, right? It takes some time, because standard is going
Hmm.
to be globally adopted. It's not something very small. You need to have relevant partners and supporters around it, a big company with you, right? But you can parallelly start the way to contribution, to making contributions and going forward, because you need supporters with it. So that's a process, parallelly will go, but before that you need to file for the IP as well, whatever relevant IP for it. And technology transfer, see, if even not going for the standards, you are able to create a demand driven solution. So technology transfer is going to be very easy for you, because you have
Hmm.
right set of market in front of you. Again and again, this question, if you see, this is a circle, right? So again,
Hmm.
we are coming back. We have created something.
To the
Why
market and
another person will need it? Because it's a right set for us, right? But again,
hmm.
why others will come in picture? Because you have created something for your area, and they're thinking that it's good for our jurisdiction as well. But we have to have a POC, a customized technology, so they will come to you, give
Hmm.
to us, let's do the transfer, let's customize it us, let customize jointly. And if something IP jointly will come, so let's share 50-50, let's and work on that and getting the return on investment. That's how I
Yeah.
think complete cycles goes around. Yes.
Yeah. Any questions you see in the chat which are pertinent to the, because I see some questions, but they are mostly uh no. Please comment on SWOT analysis of global collaborations as far as IP protection is concerned. Maybe I can ask, so maybe the last question.
Yeah.
So, are there any case studies of IP transfer or just good? good tech success story of some Indian company going to Europe, or even vice versa. Some good case study.
Because what I see, yes, there are few societies who have done good technology transfer, even with the help of NRDC and others. Because see, even the oil refineries are also working towards it. Because sometimes they just want to keep it a closed thing, right?
Hmm.
Closed door thing. So we have got this even in aerospace sector, in defense sector. You will see a lot of good startups, right? So that's why I'm saying again and again, if you are focusing on the right stakeholder and the
Sector,
right
yeah.
fit,
Sector,
you are able to get it.
hmm.
But here, I mean, I know that's I'm saying that yes, you're able to see the right fit and you're able to get it. But again, sometimes there are a lot of challenges around it, right?
Hmm.
In that case, there are a lot of associations are available, but you need to wait on that. And it should not be the case that you have created something. If one product is not working, then you're stuck on that, right?
Hmm.
Please see around it what you can do better, and not just going for the global level, but what we can do in our country in a specific area, right? Because India is such a large country, and wherein if you see the right set you can fit in. So please go through to all available resources. For example, Smart City Mission, they have also this platform, you can
Hmm.
submit your solutions, right? So I think we need to be open for all sort of collaborations around it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid, the time is limited. I mean, we could keep
Okay.
going on asking, so many so many questions, very very practical questions. So any last question, suppose from the chat, if you want, if you think any
But again, yeah,
question you would.
I want to highlight on this point that case studies you have mentioned. So even
Okay.
in general, if you see, a lot of success stories are in your story, in your story platform. If you see, just I'm just telling you that while reading it, because sometimes people don't
Hmm.
want to disclose. Even they are in contract with big companies. Yes, you are giving a technology to others, but they don't want to disclose it, right? Because they are creating a big product around it, and they are on the name of themselves. They are doing it, right? Sometimes it happens like in that manner. And sometimes it's that there's a confidential technology they have created with the help of some startups or SMEs as well, but they don't want to disclose to the in public, only in the relevant circle, right? It happens. But please, please go to all patent offices again and again. I'm emphasizing on the point. They have published successful case studies. You will
Hmm.
see what kind of challenges these companies had faced earlier, what do's and don'ts are there, because that's also learning. I'll give you a very interesting example from Europe side. A European company came in India, right? And they have a very good technology around the timber side, and they're like, okay, let's do the technology transfer. We want to implement a technology here. They have got a very good player as well to work. And then when doing the assessment, they said that yes, we have a patent. There are two, three patents around it. But what happened? They forgot to pay the renewal fee. And when we done the check,
Hmm.
because just a small negligence around it, their patent was
Hmm.
invalidated. So they have three, four patents, and the crucial patent was invalidated. So what you will do? The technology was relevant. You've got the right partner, but you're not able to see through it, right? So again and again,
Yeah.
if you have a patent, please have a look whether it is relevant or not. I mean, whether it's going for the regular renewals, any objections are there. So please see. And it's not just the patent. If you are able to see the trademark, right, and if you are go for the copyright and related rights, so any kind of IP also works. So it's not just necessarily every time you need to have a patent around it, right?
Hmm.
So please open for this thing as well. And in Europe, because Indian IP umbrella never covers trade secret, it's under common law.
Hmm.
But in
Yeah.
Europe, under the jurisdiction, trade secret is under IPR umbrella, right? So
Hmm.
please be aware that if other companies coming, they have trade secret, they are assuming, they might be assuming that it is covered under here. But you should
Covered.
be very,
Yeah.
very clear that it is not covered. So if you are
Very
using their trade
important.
secret, they you are going to have lot of, so whenever joint IPs or joint whatever documents you will sign, so please be aware all these facts around it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful to host you, Ankita. Thank you so much for your valuable thoughts on this, very less discussed topic on IP and standards. Great. I think we are a bit past time. I'm sorry about that. So, any last words, Ankita, if you have for the audience, and we'll conclude the session after that.
So I would like to thank you, and again and again, I request our academy partners. Yes, lot of strength, lot of good research is happening. But if new areas are coming, new R&D projects you're submitting, please go through all these patent office databases, have a look at that, and see what you can create. Always go for the problem statement and the demand around it. You'll be able to see the success, and nowadays, so it's, I think, better environment, and the support is
Mm.
available even for the, not just the IITs and others, for other universities as well, right? And you should use what all other areas in terms of because I'm again and again emphasizing on the satellite communication, right? So satellite communications is not just the communication area. If you see sustainability, energy, a lot of good areas are coming around it. Please have a look around it, what you can create
Mm.
in India, because it's a very, very niche sector. If you see within 10 years, you will see again a resurgence of something, right? So even in agri-tech, in, because if you're going for surveillance and other things, so security and then surveillance and then agri-tech, this is going to be a very big areas around it. So please see, and if you need any other help, so you can ping me in IG. So yeah, uh, please,
Wonderful. So many comments on the chat.
thank you so much.
Thank you so much, the audience also. And thank you so much for your time. Really, very valuable time, Ankita. Really appreciate your thoughts. Thank you, and hope that we'll have you again in some other
Yeah,
sessions.
but
Thank you.
again, I would like to say, if any question unanswered, so please give me question. I'll try to answer in that in
Yeah,
written, and will share with
yeah.
you.
Please write to our support email, and we will connect you with Ankita in some way or the other.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ankita.
Good
Bye
luck for
bye.
everyone. Please stay tuned. Thank you. Bye bye.
Great, great, folks. So I think we can dive straight into the third session. If you don't want a break or anything, I think we should not have any break. Let's stick around for 4 hours, like 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. is the time. I can see so many thank you messages. Dr. Sayed, Sakshi Yola, Abhilasha Singh, Siva Sankaran, Raja Kamali, Mariamal. Wow, wow. AB Dubey. Tourism is also focused. Yeah, some comments also. What a great Dr. Bala Gopi, good eye opener talk, ma'am. Thank you. So many questions. So great. So let's start with my talk. So the third talk is my talk, and that is on developing IPR and startups ecosystem within academia. So I took this as a challenge to speak on this topic, and it's not an easy topic. In ecosystem, building an ecosystem is a lifetime's work, and but I have tried to have realistic goals with this session. So we just have some 30-40 minutes, and in that I want to share you five really good practical implementable best practices, and give you some insight about the innovation and startup ecosystem in academia in India. Because since now I have been working almost 7 years in Turnip Innovations, I've been closely working with many academic institutes. I'm myself faculty of entrepreneurship and innovation. I teach MBA students. I am part of the institutions innovation council. So many things have helped me to accumulate experiences, and that's how I'm thinking that I'm going to share it with you today. So I will keep seeing the comments. If you have any questions, please write on the chat. I will take them from time to time. So yeah, I will take them in real time, so you don't need to just send your questions at the end. So, all right. So, let's start with my presentation, developing IPR and startup ecosystems within academia. Okay, this probably works probably for any country, but obviously I have my own experiences in Indian setting, so that is why that is going to be the most important. So, all right. So, about me, I did my PhD in innovation management from Lund University in Finland. So, I was doing research on patent search, patent research, strategic patent management, how to use patents, how to use patent data to compare innovation between different countries, different regions, different industries. So, it was a fascinating research. I have more than 15 research papers in the field of patent research. and that's how I got into the field of IP and innovation in general. I started Turnip Innovations in 2018, so in August 2025 it will already be 7 years. And in our first product was IP Gram. It was a B2B SaaS product, a very, very massive patent analytics platform. We had more than 2 billion records in our cloud infrastructure. And that's how we learned a lot about big data handling, about cloud computing. And that's why, from a tech side, we are a very strong company from a tech side, because we have experience managing data warehouses over 2 billion, 3 billion records, that we manage. That's why we have such a scalable platform now, Turnip Innovations for education. And that IPgram platform was successfully acquired in 2021. It was a great experience. The code base, the knowledge base, the documentation, the know-how transfer. So all in all, the acquisition even took 8 months. So these things, even it's a small product, it takes a long time for the acquisition. And uh, and yeah, so since 2022, you can say, full time I'm working closely with academia. I am creating courses, I'm promoting courses, I'm doing events like these. 5 years already. 2021 we had the first Turnip Innovation Festival, and now we already have the fifth edition of Turnip Innovation Festival. And we have Qualcomm, one of the world's leading company in innovation, patents and licensing, uh, to be sponsoring such an event. So we've come a long way in the last 5 6 years. We passed 100,000 scholars on our platform just in September 2024. So all our courses are related to IP innovation and entrepreneurship. I've been a faculty of entrepreneurship at IMI Kolkata, an MBA college, since 2022. Three batches of students I have taught. I've built some curriculum there. I'm running a Section 8 company and an incubation center over there. I'm part of the institution's innovation council. So I'm seeing uh, the innovation and IP aspects, startup aspects, very closely within academia, and also from the outside as a business provider for many academic institutes. So yeah, that's I'm trying to basically, with this about me, I'm trying to introduce myself, but also say that that I am a good person to be talking about this topic. Obviously, these are from my own experiences, so maybe some other people are more experienced in building ecosystems, and they might be able to also have very good thoughts. So please, if you have in the audience, if you have thoughts on how we can boost, strengthen IP and startups ecosystem within academia, how we can get more IPs filed, more IPs transferred, more startups coming from academia, please write on the chat, and I will try to take those comments. So yeah, this slide I wanted to show you one of the biggest success stories actually right now going on in the Indian academic ecosystem. This is the screenshot from the homepage of Ministry of Education's institutions innovation councils. So they are saying that they have established so far in 23-24 or 24-25, so the latest, very very latest figures, they have established 14,769 IICs across the country. So a great number. I'll show you why this is such a great number in the next slide. But this gives you an idea that this is like one of the most successful initiatives of the government. Government has been trying like many different ways to promote IP and innovation in academia, but I think that this initiative is quite wonderful. So for those of you who might be from other countries, these are like, the Ministry of Education gives star ratings to institutes for conducting events, for conducting activities related to innovation, and also based on the outcomes they are getting, number of patents filed, patents granted, patents commercialized, and startups formed, in funding, and all these parameters are taken into account. So they try to see how vibrant the startups and IP ecosystem is there in that particular institute, and the government, the Ministry of Education's innovation cell, is giving a star rating to these colleges. So this gives them a lot of weightage in accreditation, as well as gives them motivation, so to improve next year. So yeah, Dr. Amit Kumar Tiwari, thank you. Wonderful. I really appreciate also that you are in our ecosystem for this long, and still, you are supporting us. So a real honor to have you in our ecosystem. So yeah, so this IIC slide I wanted to show you. So take that number as a reference, 14,769, because now I'm going to give you a bit of a reality of what is happening within academia in India. So uh, there are about 50,000 higher education institutes in India. So I looked at ChatGPT, it was saying 52,000. And then I corroborated it with the latest UGC report that I found online. And they are about saying the same number. So 50,000 is about the same number. So looked at a bit more details. So about 1,100 are universities. Central universities, state universities, state public, state private universities, all combined, we have around 1,100 universities and about 46,000 colleges. And there are some other standalone higher education institutes. So together, the number is coming out to be 50,000 academic institutes. And in those 50,000, supposedly, are 4.18 crore students enrolled in higher education. So here, uh, I mean, when you see this big number, four crore students, then you think that 50,000 universities are a bit less. You would ideally want more institutes in India that will cater to such a big, and possibly if there are more universities, even the number of students can be increased who are enrolled in higher education. So 4 crores, if someone doesn't know, it's 41 million students. So 41 million students in India are enrolled in higher education. So that's a very big number. Some countries don't even have their full population as 41 million. So in India, the scale is so big that 41 million young people are enrolled in higher education institutions. And out of that, I am assuming out of that, the number that IICs are quoting, the Ministry of Education's innovation cell, is able to capture 30%. So 14,769 is a number where number of IICs that have been established. Okay, so that means even with the might of the government, the Ministry of Education, even with such a big success story that IICs are, still we have only captured 30% of the pool of all the institutions in India, all the higher education institutes in India, to be having some kind of a IICs. But I'm talking not about the best success story, which is IIC. I'm taking like even like the next step. Okay, if you think about it, how the Indian academia is, so basically the summary of this slide is it's a very long tail distribution. Okay, that's the subtitle on the slide that you see, a long tail distribution. So 2,781 only institutes took part in the Ministry of Education's NIRF rankings in 2024. That's the NIRF site. If you see, they have ranked about 300 universities. The ranking, slab, you will see that it's about 300 colleges or something like that that they have ranked. So only 2,700 institutes took part in the NIRF ranking. So can you imagine, like out of 50,000 only, the pool was like so small. And then it's just these 300 universities who are actually ranked. There's a band, 200 to 300 band, which is the highest band. So that means only about 300 universities in India are, you can say, the focus of everybody. Okay, these are the good universities. All students want admissions in these universities. All corporates want to hire and conduct placement from these universities. Even at tech companies like us, they all want to target these good universities. But the thing is, it's such a small market. That is why if you see this numbers, 300, 500, you take the upper limit, uh, it's like it's not a big market for any edtech company to survive. Okay, that is why edtechs have struggled so much, because if you just target the IITs and the top universities, the number is just 300 to 500. So that is not at all a big market for a private company, edtech company, to survive. And that is why you can see that tech platforms are heavily skewed towards coaching or entrance examinations, where you have a pool of 10 lakh students or 1 million students who are appearing for IIT JEE and all the related examinations. So that's why the tech industry has gone away from providing much of education in the higher education. So that's what the summary of this slide is: a long tail distribution. So this is why I'm trying to set up the stage for my talk, is because of this long tail skewness that you see. You have basically a pool of 49,500 colleges who are not in the limelight, who are not being considered very seriously by students or placements. And obviously the innovation and the startups part comes after that. So the point is, innovation and entrepreneurship are macroeconomic trends. So even the 300 colleges that are in the limelight, they also struggle to give placement to all their students. Okay, and I was just a couple of weeks ago, I met Chandrasekhar Ghosh, one of my idol. He's the founder and chairman of Bandhan Bank. And he told me in person that nowadays education loan is one of the worst assets of the banks. Okay, the banks are don't they're not wanting to give education loans because obviously the placement expectations are not being lived up to. And students, obviously when you see the website of the universities, they show you the best placements. Okay, the best placements of very very high numbers, but obviously that is not the median placement. And so even the 300 companies, 300 good colleges that we just saw, they are struggling to place optimally. Maybe they place everyone, but everybody is not optimally placed. So that is why innovation and entrepreneurship across the globe, governments are understanding that it is just not enough to rely on the big corporates to give placements to everybody, to employ the youth in a meaningful way. So that is why it is such a macroeconomic trend, and that is also Turnip's vision, to cater to not just these 300 colleges, but go towards the long tail, which is the 49,500 colleges, where it is an urgent requirement to make students employable optimally. All right, so with this I come to some practical insights about uh, okay, good point by Dr. Amit Kumar Tiwari. The low participation in NIRF may stem from lack of awareness, limited resources. Yes, you're right. There is actually quite a overhead if you want to apply for NIRF rankings. And also, yeah, the rankings may be favoring some other institutes. So maybe some other institutes are thinking, why to even apply when we are not going to be in a because if somebody is in the NIRF rank 350 or 500, then obviously it's not a they cannot also showcase that on to their students to boost admissions. But yeah, good point, good addition to this conversation. So yeah, let's take one by one. I have 5 points, so in the next 20 minutes I want to share 5 points related to building IP startup ecosystem. I've tried to keep the expectations low because building IP startup ecosystem is a life's work and it's a very big thing. So if I keep the expectations low, at least we get something out of today's 20-30 minutes that we have. So the first thing is, you need buy-in from top management. If there is no top management support, it's very difficult to build IP startup ecosystem. Because if you think of innovation, it requires, if you how a plant grows, a seed requires fertile soil. Okay, it requires optimum conditions, it requires water. So all these things are there that needs to be there for innovation to grow. So innovation requires a fertile ground. And that is why I say that it is, if you are top management, you should understand that it is your will that will percolate down your organization, and that will help in building the IP startup ecosystem. And if you are in the middle management, and if you want to develop the IP ecosystem in India, then you have to get the top management in. Okay, otherwise you might organize some ad hoc events, but ad hoc events is not going to give you a long term solution to you. And you are always going to keep you know doing things because just because IIC is saying that you should conduct certain events, you are going to conduct those events. But unless there is top management support, so some practical things I have tried to say here. Innovation and entrepreneurship should be part of the vision. So every institute has a vision statement. The two words should somehow be there so that it is always reiterated within the organization and to the students. There should be some funds allocated specifically to boost INE activities. It doesn't have to be much. The funds can be bare minimum because even like we do lectures, we do guest lectures, we invite eminent people. And they come because we respectfully invite them, we respect their time, and they don't ask for any type honorarium or anything, because they are already so successful. So we only give a small memento or a token, 300, 500, 1000 rupees. So that is how, at low cost you can organize some, says, guest lectures. So you don't need that much funds. I know at some point the government, the accreditation bodies were asking what is the percentage of funds that are allocated to research and INE activities. But there was a lot of pushback by the academic institute that it's not a good metric. But anyways, you do need some funds. Okay, it can be a few tens of thousands, it can be a few crores, depending on what kind of institute you are, what kind of vision you have. You need to specifically allocate those funds for that. So not like whenever you need, just come to the central authority and then ask for those funds. So if some funds are specifically allocated, then it's a very good thing. Then you know that you have to spend those. Yeah, many ways to get top management involved. You can inaugurate an incubation center, you can inaugurate some kind of a new initiative like an entrepreneurship summit. So you, when you have all these chances, you can invite top management to your to your you know to be part of the new initiatives. For example, you can just launch your IP and startup policy. Okay, and how to launch, I have just mentioned how to launch. So IP and startup policy, if you want to launch, usually it is the first step in developing an IP and on IP startup ecosystem. You ideally want not just to upload a PDF file on a website. Okay, that is not how launching works. How a good launch will work is that you print brochures or hard copies of the IP policy, you send it to all the HODs of the institute, you hold some kind of a launch event, okay, where some industry mentor or some eminent person is coming, and you can say that this is kind of a launch event, or the top management can do this kind of a launch event, so that it becomes part of the news. Okay, that is PR at its best. So you need to create a newsworthy PR event to launch the IP and startup policies, and that is how a true launch goes. And that is how the top management will be involved in the IPN ecosystem. Build an academic calendar of events. At the minimum, you need annual events. I have one more point stressing on that. And these are all normal things. IPR entrepreneurship should be as credit courses or MOOC courses. This should be part of the entire, it will be part of the organization. So yeah, that's one. Okay, very, very important, the first step. The second, both IP and entrepreneurship ecosystem, if you think, it requires a strong industry academia interface. And industry academia interface cannot be built in few days. It's a lifelong thing. It's a relationship built over years. And you want to ideally hire salespeople for that. Okay, you don't usually, faculty themselves don't do very well in these kind of roles, because they have limited exposure to industry and sales and marketing. So but if you think about it, tech transfer is all about sales and marketing. 80% of tech transfer and tech commercialization is about building relationships, and selling, going out there, doing outreach, and so on. Okay, so a very small part of tech transfer is about knowing the technical details of licensing. Nowadays in ChatGPT, you can get such a great tech transfer agreement, licensing agreement. So you don't even need a very, very big, qualified registered technology transfer personnel, or any kind of licensing professional to come in these roles, because you ideally need a sales role. These are sales function: the incubation manager, industry academia interface, tech transfer, TTO. These are sales roles. So that is why either you should hire from outside, or you should nurture somebody with a lot of aptitude for building relationship, because success requires long term relationship building. No industry is going to come to your institute just once and then give you funds. Okay, they have seen your story for 5 years, then they are very, very likely that they're going to allocate funds to you. And how to build this kind of a industry academy interface? Some points: a constant pipeline of guest lectures. Ideally, you should always have guest lectures. Okay, it should be an automatic thing for the institutes. Even the students, they should know how to volunteer and how to arrange those events. The faculty knows like how you should arrange tea and snacks, how you should arrange mementos and certificates, how you invite the guests, how you take the lecture. So all these things should have standard operating procedures. And you should once every week or once every 2 weeks, in typically in a certain semester, you must have 10 to 12 guest lectures. I mean, it should be such a routine thing, and they should keep coming every year. I mean, these people, that's how relationships are going to get built. Maintain proper database and email lists of industry guests. Okay, a lot of times you invite one person, but then they go away and then the relationship ends there. But if you store their name, email, affiliation, their phone number in a proper Excel sheet, then you've kind of opened doors for the future. Okay, next year when there's the same event, or a few months later there's a different event, you can invite them all. Or you can, whenever you want to promote your own events, you can send a email to all the lists. So building a database, just simple, a Google spreadsheet, an Excel file is a good thing that you do for building this. Invite industry mentors as course evaluators. Again, if you build part of your assessment to be coming from the industry, that's a great thing, uh, because you are getting a very good pedagogy style with you are getting relevant industry people to evaluate students. And also students are motivated and they perform well when external guests are coming and evaluating their presentations. So if you invite industry mentors, it's a very easy way to introduce them to the college and the various initiatives that you have. And invite industry mentors for inauguration, for various any other initiatives, poster competitions, or anything that you are organizing. Invite external people. So again, this is about relationship building, and obviously actively engage with alumni. All right, so that's the second part. Let's see the third part. So this is the IP empowerment funnel, as I call it. This is how at Turnip we are saying that we help you to build your IPR cell, your IPR ecosystem, and this cannot be bypassed. Okay, this funnel cannot be bypassed because at the top is awareness. Okay, where all stakeholders means all students, literally all students, administration, faculty, everyone. They should undergo sensitization courses on patents, on intellectual property rights in general, entrepreneurship in general. So this is like you need MOOC certification. They are usually low cost, and some institutes have even own credit courses in house. But the point is that you want to make sure that everybody in the ecosystem who enters the ecosystem is getting impression about these words: IP, patents, trademarks, copyrights, startups, and all the concepts and related to startups. All right, because from this awareness phase only the skill will come, because you cannot bypass this pipeline. You cannot start straight away with the skill or the expertise. You need people who are more interested to develop more skills. For example, patent search. Okay, that's a very important skill, but it comes a little bit after awareness. You can't just teach patent search directly to students or faculty. Okay, so patent search, knowing the patentability criteria, knowing key entrepreneurship concepts like how to compute total addressable market, what constitutes as a minimum viable product, ideation. So these kind of extra skills, I call it the skill phase, where the focus on learning key concepts and skills. Okay, from this skill comes the expertise. Okay, here you are talking about having either hiring or developing in-house registered patent agents. You can have tech transfer officers, you can have incubation managers, but this comes only from the pipeline that you have already built, the awareness skill. Because expertise, if you cannot, that is why many institutes, they are trying to go directly to the outcomes. Okay, the outcome is actually patent filing, grants, tech transfer, spin-offs, startups, all these are outcomes. Okay, and most institutes are trying to go there directly. So I suggest that you cannot bypass the awareness, skill, and expertise phase. That's why consider this as a macro level view of how you want to implement an IPR ecosystem. By the way, this same works also for startups. You also need the same kind of a pipeline. All right, so the fourth point is build a calendar of events. Simply, doing such a simple activity boosts a lot, rather than having ad hoc events. Ad hoc events are the worst because you are doing it simply because, okay, you need to do an event. Okay, but instead you can say that every event that you do, it's kind of an annual event. Okay, and annual events get get part of the academic calendar. Okay, if they are in the academic calendar, then no one can touch it. Even other parts, even other administration, other departments, they will know that something like this happens every year. Okay, I mean, it's insane how valuable doing annual events is, because when you have annual events, you can use the marketing material from last year, you can use the same email from last year, in invitations from last year. Even the students pass down their knowledge to their juniors about how to conduct such events. So always you should have annual events rather than ad hoc events. So very some small examples: entrepreneurship summit. You should just make sure that every April or every August, when new students come in, we will do an entrepreneurship day. We'll conduct an IPR conclave. We will invite industry guests. We will conduct an innovation hackathon. We'll do an annual IP audit, some kind of a boot camp. We will do poster competition with external judges. We'll do an annual investor meet. Basically, sky is the limit if you have imagination. So this is my very simple recommendation to whatever event you do, you make it an annual event. Okay, give them names, so that when you give a name, there is more dignity to the event, and there is more possibility that news or the newspapers are going to pick up on those events, and you are going to have free PR. So I hope so far everything is making sense. And then this brings me to the last slide I have, and that is to reimagine curriculum. Okay, if you just reimagine curriculum, the possibilities to engage with industry goes over the roof. Okay, most institutes have significant freedom nowadays to developing their pedagogy styles. Okay, many higher, at least higher education, almost all institutes can develop their own curriculum, own pedagogy. So they can have longer term courses, something like 6 months without any teaching or exam, only outcome based. And the assessments can be conducted on a regular basis by faculty or by industry mentors or by both. So these kind of assessments can, you don't need exams, because exams are failing a lot nowadays. I don't think that making students sit and these kind of traditional exams are giving too much benefit. So you can have different pedagogy and assessment styles. Okay, faculty driven projects with small local entrepreneurs, again a great thing. So students are engaged for a long time with local entrepreneurs. And even placement, it's not like, entrepreneurship is not like it's either you take placement or you become an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship skills are as important today in jobs. Many companies are happy to hire founders who have failed, because they know that they have learned some key aspects of product development, or idea validation, marketing, and sales. Okay, so each course, if you reimagine the curriculum, each course can become a newsworthy PR event. Okay, uh, the assessment can be done on outcomes like posters, minimum viable products, hackathon results. So many other ways are there. So I mean, just sit, have a higher level meeting of how you can reimagine the curriculum that somehow helps in building the IP and startups ecosystem. With this, I'll take a few questions if you have. We have like 10 minutes. So if you want to contact me, you can follow me on LinkedIn, or you can contact me via email. So these are my email addresses: rkapoor@ipgram.in. So please, if you have any questions, please feel free. And if you have even ideas about how to develop startup and IP ecosystems, please write on the chat. Maybe I have missed out many things. Obviously, I have missed out many things. So if you have any unique ways in which how IP and startup ecosystems can be developed, please write on the chat, because this is now a community, YouTube. So it's not just like I am speaking and you are listening. So as a community, we can learn. If you can put on the chat any ideas you have that can help, institutes to file more patents, get more patents granted, get more tech transfer, get more startup spin-offs. So please, that would be great. So yeah, at 12:15 we have Dr. Prachi Pandey. So just 7 minutes from now, she will take a talk on international patent filing strategy. So she has a 1 hour talk. Your delivery is great. Thank you, Dr. Rashi. Thank you. Appreciate it. Dr. Rashikesh. And yeah, 12:15. And then at 1:15, we have Dr. Arash Hajikhani. He's a leading researcher in Finland from a leading research organization, VTT. So I think it would be a great session. All of you should attend the session at 12:15, then at 1:15. So very informative session, Dr. Swati. Very much appreciate. Thank you, ma'am. Akanksha Langde, great session. Very, very much appreciate. So any questions? Any questions related to my talk or in general, or any ideas? Best would be that if you give ideas, because if you ask me tough questions, probably I may not be able to answer. Very informative, AB Dubey. uh, Very, very happy to hear these comments. Really, it motivates me to keep doing this. Thank you, S Yogaraj. Great session. Thank you for the opportunity. Anonymous Wanderer, Swati N, thank you. uh, I think S Yogaraj I already mentioned. So yeah, I was but hoping any ideas that you can share related to building IP and startups ecosystem. Very useful insights. Satya, Bharti, thank you, I appreciate it. I'm happy that in we are already 2.5 hours into the Turnip Innovation Festival, and I can still see 166 live audience. Wonderful. Udita, a very informative and useful session. uh, Dr. Ashikesh, great speaker, motivator, inspire us. My thinking was that on a platform like YouTube, it is best to have a little bit inspiration level talk. uh, but if you want to talk technicals, we should do it in a different setting like classroom or uh, Dr. Rashmi Ranjan, great session, I appreciate it. Amit Kumar Swain, wonderful session. Sarang Dani, informative session. And okay, let's see what Kesterly Siemyong is saying. A college has an IC cell which was awarded as top performing cell among the colleges at my state. Wonderful. We are in our third year. Things magic starts to happen after 3 years. Believe me, when you start, it's very difficult. We follow the schedule as you had projected by you in your presentation. Well, it somehow corroborates that I have talked sense, because these slides were completely new. I made it in the last 2 days. So the slides were completely new. So I'm happy with this comment of yours that what I said was not random. Okay, it was going in a certain path. Ajay Upadhyay, wonderful. You're most welcome, sir. It's a very rare experience in online mode. Dr. Ashikesh, again, thank you. Thank you. Can't thank enough. Shija, informative session. TT Vijaya Lakshmi, wonderful session. Great, great. Okay, so folks, if you don't have any questions, I am going to take a break for 2-3 minutes before Dr. Prachi Pandey ma'am starts her session. Pradnya Kulkarni, nice session. Kind of sessions, Creation Wolf. Thank you for the valuable information. Important point made to all students. Quite clear and easy to understand. Yeah, I first try my best to so that I'm clear to myself, and only then I try to make those slides. So thank you everybody. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and we are going to start Turnip Innovation Festival with Dr. Prachi's ma'am. But I'm not going to bore you in the 2 minutes. I'm going to play an L2 Pro video. Okay, so it's a very nice video. So have a look. And obviously, folks, there's a link in the description, l2proindia.com. You should sign up to that platform for a free IP learning courses, basic, intermediate, advanced. It's a wonderful platform. Top quality courses from top quality instructors, and a very, very good quality certification, because Qualcomm is there, DPIIT is there, National Law University Delhi is there. So
Hello,
wonderful.
entrepreneur.
So, okay, here comes the video, and then we will soon start Dr. Prachi ma'am's session.
Hello, entrepreneurs. Intellectual property, or IP, as we call it, is life and blood of today's innovative startup culture. No wonder we have launched the L2 Pro, or Learn to Protect Your IP in India, to make you aware of IP protection and enforcement in the simplest way possible. We have designed this course for entrepreneurs, startup founders, and individuals from SMEs based in India. You will learn to acquire, protect, manage, and commercialize your IP without battling the legal jargon. We will go through the entire course step by step in 3 different levels. The basic level offers you the simple basics of IP. The intermediate level has a lot more in store about protecting, managing, and commercializing your IP. The advanced level will open you to a world of ideas around funding, the role of IP tech standards, and IP dispute settlement. As we move up these levels, concepts will get tougher, but the learning will not stop being fun. While this course is designed for the entrepreneurs amongst us, anyone who wants to learn about IP can take this course. So, what are you waiting for? Let the learning begin.
Great video. Great video, huh? So yeah, as we wait for Dr. Prachi ma'am, I'll share one turnips video, and I'll share some of your comments. We can interact a bit. Okay, actually some questions have come now. Electrical knowledge, Kida, but colleges are not taking efforts up to the mark. Sir or ma'am, whoever has commented this, look, it's a very general statement that you are making. Many colleges are making a lot of efforts, and yeah, so many colleges are making these efforts. Uh, so yeah, we should focus on what efforts are being made rather than when it's not being made. So yeah, I'll quickly take some more comments, but first I will show you one video of Turnip, and then we are going to go to Dr. Prachi's ma'am's class. Sorry, I was on mute. Beg your pardon. Yeah. Okay, now I am audible. So this is the question that I was answering. How can management, that is principal, can convince the promise of INE for students to jump into? I beg your pardon, folks, that I'm for saying some things. So yeah, to answer this question, Casterly, the top management is driven by two most important things. Okay, and that is admissions and placement. Any college, they are the biggest drivers of any college in India, maybe everywhere, is admission and placement. Okay, and INE is going to help in both. Okay, admission obviously is knowledge because it's a revenue thing, and also students have to be interested in a college, right? And placement, they are both full self-fulfilling. Admission leads to placement, placement leads to admission, so it's a very nice kind of a circle. So anything with INE that you promise, it's first going to help placement, because just entrepreneurial mindset students are simply better, in demand for companies. And any innovation and entrepreneurship initiative is a very newsworthy thing. Okay, news papers, news media, they like to cover innovation. Something new has come up, something new has been invented in a college. Okay, that's such a great PR value, and that helps in admissions. Okay, because the name of the institute and the prestige of the institute goes up. So it is very easy to convince the top management that they should wholeheartedly adopt innovation and entrepreneurship in their in their curriculum, as well as in letter and spirit. Thank you for the nice session. Interesting session, Mahadev. Is a really good intro session. Okay, Kiran Chakra, very great, very informative class. I'm sorry, I missed so many comments. Welcome back, sir. Yeah, sorry, I was mute for a while. Yeah, Sushil Kumar. So many people have said that I was on mute, and that is like a interesting, very good session. Vignesh Vicky, and yes, Dr. Prachi ma'am is with us now. And folks, don't miss this session. We are going to have a session on international patent filing. There are some really good procedures and strategies ma'am is going to talk about. It is very, very affordable nowadays with all the government schemes. So ma'am is going to tell you a lot about that. So let's not waste any time, because we have only about 45 minutes for this session. So yeah, I'll bring Prachi ma'am to the screen, and we will begin the session. Ma'am, most welcome to
Yes.
Turnip Resources Festival again. Really, really appreciate your time. Uh, so yeah, ma'am, we'll begin the session as soon as you. So please, feel free to
Okay.
go.
Yeah. So, a very good afternoon to all the innovators, all the patent enthusiasts of India. This is Dr. Prachi Pandey, and I'm an expert in patent laws and also trademark laws. And beside that, I also look after startups and entrepreneurship. So today we will discuss about international patent filing, strategies, procedures, and how we can leverage the full opportunities of international patent filing, as well as we can utilize it for commercialization of our invention, licensing, and not at national but also at international level. So, India, I can say it's a country of innovators. We have lots of innovations going on, and since 2016, from the launch of National Startup Policy, we have more than 100 unicorns. 48% of startups have at least one woman co-founder. We can say that startups are running the economy of the India. Job creation, revenue generation in every step, there is a kind of more and more contribution from the innovators of India. So why not to leverage the filing at international level, and how we can take the full advantage so that our product must not be at national but we can capture the international market. Thing is that whenever we make something and make in India, that is important. But whenever we sell it in all across the world. We generate not only revenue, we are actually leading in a very competitive market, and at a global level we can have our mark of India as well as the mark of our own as an innovation. So the question comes, why to take our patents global? So global patents means, first of all, we enhance the competitive advantage. We are today in a very competitive world. In India we are have lot of competitions, but today's era where the world is connected through internet, through all kind of devices, we can say that innovation doesn't become territorial, it becomes in the knowledge of all of the world. So there are chances that patent may be replicated, maybe like somebody is selling the same kind of innovation in some other part of the world, and we are losing some kind of market. So whenever we have to secure the international market share, because growing is must for any innovator. If we grow, we shouldn't grow at national, but we should grow at all international levels, so that the mark of India, Indian innovators should have all across the world. So global patents, they protect the innovations and strengthen a company's position in international market. We should have our own substantial growth, not only domestic but beyond domestic market. So this is a point where we can think of going global. But always innovators are a little bit scared about how to take our innovation at global scale, how to read the market, how to find out the legal boundaries. And we are must more about thinking what would be the benefit. First of all, we can see what would be the financial benefit. So suppose if I am making some innovation in India and selling it, I will have a limited revenue. Also, if somebody is making the same kind of innovation, means like little bit advanced or little bit similar in other parts of the world, uh, it might be the situation that we may not generate so much of revenue, and if we wish to market it worldwide, it may not be possible later, because another company have the monopoly in other country, and if we sell our product in any other country where there is already a patent of that product, they can sue us for infringement. So to avoid such kind of legal issues, it's good to go through global. What would be the financial benefit? Suppose if we have a patent in India, we have a firm in India, and we are producing in India. And yes, in India, that working of patent criteria is there, that we should produce in good quantity to make it affordable to the public of India at a very affordable price. So if we are reaching those criteria and filling the form 27 and can establish the working of patent statement, then patent office can allow us to go more and more. Otherwise, they can say us to give a license, compulsory license. So it's important that at least we can produce in one country. In another country, also such kind of boundaries are there. So how to generate revenue if we do not have so much funds to establish the firm in different companies at present? Suppose if I do not have so much of investment, so in that case, the another part is the licensing and royalties. So if we have an innovation that is patented in some other country, and we are not in a position to produce in that country, so at least we can assign to some other company and take the royalty. So that is a kind of licensing. We are giving license to some company so that they can make the innovation, use the innovation, and sell the innovation. So we can generate some royalties in return, and in that way we can monetize our innovation in that particular country also to generate a very steady income. Suppose after generating lots of revenue, we are in a position to establish a firm and make our company a multinational company. So in that case, we can also establish a firm, because licensing terms are for a certain period. Suppose for 2 years, 3 years in the agreement, because in every patent office, whenever they like go for a licensing agreement, we have to sign a proper agreement with the another party that this licensing will be a period of 2 months, 3 months, and then inform to the patent office about that licensing. So then only the other company can manufacture and sell. So in that way, we can drive revenues and can have lots of financial benefits. So this is the way actually I prescribe that even if we are a very innovator, not have a very big company, we are a startup company, we are an individual innovator, but still there is a chance that we can generate revenue through licensing in other country. And also it's important because suppose if you are selling in some other country and without patent or without licensing, we should avoid the infringement issues. So financial benefit is the most important part whenever an innovation is done, and how we can generate revenue is through this. But important is that new forms. Suppose if I'm a new firm and I have to enter some other country and with a patent. So there are many barriers to entry. But global patent, whenever we have a patent in our hand, it's very easy to enter. We have lot of competitors in global market. So while being a leader, if we have a patent in our hand, we can become a leader. Otherwise, normally in trade secret, somebody says that if I don't do a patent, then still I have to sell a product. Yes, you can go through a trade secret, but then you have to face lot of competitions. And in another country where there are lots of giants selling the same kind of product, it would be really difficult for a innovator, a startup to enter that particular country with a new product and can capture a market. Because somewhere in suppose US and Europe, it would be very difficult for an Indian innovator to go and capture the market. But if we have a global patent, if we have a patent in that country, then definitely we will have our own monopoly in that particular country, and nobody can say us to not to sell the product. In fact, if some other is selling, we can sue them for infringement. So only barrier to entry we can surpass is by a global patent. I'm giving some examples through which the barrier to entry have been crossed. Most common example, Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Now, what happened during COVID times? First of all, this vaccine has lots of patents. This is important. You can see even in the USPTO. In 2020, they have received this patent, Moderna COVID-19. This is a mRNA vaccine. Now, what about the Pfizer? Pfizer was also making the vaccine and they were selling it. So what happened initially, Moderna sued them for infringement. So this was a situation. Later on, the government has decided not to give more patents to some company. Why? Because it was becoming a monopoly. But this patent has been acquired by Moderna first of the time when they have made this. So what happened that once this vaccine was patented, it prevented competitors from producing the generic versions. Because once the patent is in market, nobody can produce the generic version unless until the patent gets expired. So that is called as the para 4 filing. Whenever, like in terms of pharmacy, we can say is like whenever the patent is going to expire, just before 1 month before the expiry, normally innovators start doing experimentation. So experimentation before expiry is allowed, just for trial purpose. Otherwise, experimentation is also not allowed. If somebody has a patent, nobody can do experiment also. But in such cases, we can do that. And just on the expiry, normally generic versions have been launched by many of the companies in the past. So this is a way through which the generic versions can enter the market, and lot many generic versions can enter. But till the patent duration is life, means like till 20 years, nobody can enter the market as such. So in this way, Moderna has captured the market initially. What happened with Apple iPhone? Apple first of all made an iPhone, and you can see the advancements. Later on, Samsung has copied mostly all the features. It was looking like an iPhone in which many features were very similar. But what Apple did, they did lot of innovations, continual improvements, continual innovations, and even like identification system they have introduced, finger or fingerprint identification. That's why it became more technically advanced in market. So we can say that to sustain in market, it's important that continuous improvements and continuous patent filing over a certain product, if it is being done, that particular company can become a giant company. If suppose Nokia or other kind of phones have become obsolete, what was the reason that they didn't upgrade? So even Apple, they are continuing R&D on a daily basis to have new features every day in a new phone, and that's why they are getting upgraded, and they are still better than all the phones in the market. So but Apple is worldwide. They have all many PCT applications because they are capturing market all over the world, and that's why Apple has a patent in almost all countries with their new features. But it doesn't mean that other companies cannot come in market. They can come, but different features. And if Apple is more advanced, definitely people will prefer that. The point comes is the beauty of PCT that has allowed patent cooperation treaty. So that has allowed protection in several countries at once. So Tesla is, I can say, a giant in EV technologies, electric vehicles. And they have, this is a success story, I can say, for the WIPO PCT, through which Tesla has acquired so many patents all across the countries. You can see here the designated countries. These are just the countries' initials. You can see in so many countries Tesla has patents, and they have simultaneously acquired patents in mostly like in more than 40-50 countries. So they have designated 40-50 countries in their international applications. And now you can see the scenario. Tesla is becoming a leader all across the world. If suppose Tesla might have thought that I'm happy in my own country, what could have happened? Some other country might have copied the same kind of innovations. They might have launched the same kind of EV vehicles in market, and Tesla could have lost of times in infringement suits. But it's actually infringement suits are a very negative term. It should be avoided as much as possible. How to avoid is like to have protection widely in most of the countries where we want to sell our product. If we suppose we don't want to sell our product in some other country, we are not very much interested to know about that. But at least in designated countries of interest, we should definitely have our own patent. We can see here Dyson. Dyson patented vacuum technology. So such vacuum technology was, I can say that, very unique. They have exclusivity in cleaning devices. And you can see, you can search this products in WIPO websites. So in patent scope, you can see that there are many patents about the cleaning devices. They are robotics, they are you can say stick based. So there are a lot of different kind of innovations, and all are protected by different patent applications, and all are public on WIPO PCT website. So we can see here these giants have become giant. Why? Because they reached global. If they could have because they have started from very initial stages. Suppose if they are at just at their own country, this might not be the situation. So this is just because going global gave them lots of edge. The point comes is whenever we are talking about the infringement. So infringement is like whenever we are entering a market without having a patent, and now, whenever we are making something, and the procedures, the components sometimes become very kind of, somebody can guess about it, somebody can have an idea what could be inside. So there could be chances that due to reverse engineering, due to replications, the same or similar kind of products could enter the market. So in this competitive tech sectors, intellectual property is a subject to theft. And if it is being stolen by somebody, we can't just accuse them. We have to find out exactly where the infringement has been done, and then we have to sue them particularly for that particular kind of infringement. So global patents, whenever we have a global patent, then definitely we can sue them easily We can reach to the court, high court of that particular country, and we can cite the example of that particular patent who is infringing our particular product on the basis of certain components, certain process, certain outputs, and that court will definitely entertain us. So whenever we wish to have a significant financial and market share, then combating infringement is must. And only important thing is the international patent. So whenever we wish to foster innovation and collaboration, I'm not talking just about in negative terms like infringement and all. We can definitely collaborate with the foreign manufacturers. So if we have a patent in our hand, we can connect to the other manufacturers, other kind of firms in other country, suppose US and Europe, and we can make it together. We can have a joint venture through which we can set up a firm with support of them. We can share our formulas, our composition to them, and we can work together. So it's a way of collaboration. Now the world is one, just a single one, and we can if think like the WIPO or the PCT, such kind of international filing has made the world at a single place, a single platform. So if we have a patent worldwide, we can have collaboration with everybody who is like a firm owner of another company, and we can accelerate research and development with for a rapid and diverse innovation. And if we are very unique, definitely other companies will be interested in us. So one thing is that we can do the collaboration. Another thing is that we can go for licensing or assignments. Whenever we make a strategic decision, is like how to select an invention for global patents. Not every innovation can go globally, can do success globally, can generate sorts of revenue because there are different laws, different rules. Suppose our product is not demanded in some other country because of their atmospheric issues, because of their own lifestyle issues. So we should have enough commercial practice. We should have a very like prediction about that if we market in that particular country, will we generate revenue? Is it really useful for the people of that particular country or not? So is it really relevant to enter that particular designated country? Because everybody think that if I enter US, so I will generate revenues. Definitely pharma markets, they will have good revenue all across the world. But suppose if you are making a particular kind of product which may not be preferred by the US people, why to enter that country? So global partnership will not be possible for such kind of product. So we have to think over the target market. First of all, we have to see the market very critically, analyze it, identify it, and we have to access factor. What is the market size of my product? Will my product will be fit for that particular area? What are the local competitors? Somewhere it may happen that people prefer the local products. They will not prefer the outsiders. There are some legal environment which is very stringent, and that's why it doesn't allow us to enter the market. So somewhere the legal issues are so much that there are lots of money spent on overcoming those borders. So in that case, we will be in losses. So that's why it's important that growth potential should be first evaluated, and we have to prioritize country. So market survey, market research, this becomes an important part for any of the innovator. Somewhere as a innovator, we don't think much about it, but this is a pre-work that should be done before international filing. Whenever we talk about the strategies, so strategies become of two types. First thing is that we can file our patent anywhere in the earth. But most of the foreign countries, they adhere to the absolute novelty standards. Means first to file policy is implemented in most of the countries. So whenever we have a very good idea in our mind, first we have to file a provisional application at least in our own country. We can test our product, we can do research on our product, and within 12 months, we have to file an international application. So there are two routes through which the international filing can take place. One is the direct filing. Direct filing, conventional filing, or convention application is a term used for Paris Convention. So Paris Convention, what does it say? Is like once we file a provisional application or any complete specification in our own country, within 12 months we can enter any particular country of interest, and those countries should be the member country of the Paris Conventions. So, if we have to enter in less than 5 countries where we have evaluated individually each country's market potential, each country's legal norms, and we are very sure that those 5 countries can give me back all the revenue done based on my research and development cost. So, in that cases, I will prefer to go for Paris Convention, and I'm very sure that my dedicated countries are this. So in such cases, this Paris Convention route would be good. Means we are directly entering in 5 countries, claiming the priority of my own country's filing date. So suppose if I filed in India, so within 12 months I can enter in any of the 5 countries and can claim the priority date as my first filing date. So this is also a very good way, and every country will follow the norm of examination of patents, grant of patent as per their own national rules and regulations. So every patent application has to cross through their individual country's rules, regulation, examination process, and grant process, and then only they will have the grant in their hand. It may happen that few countries may reject. Patent cooperation treaty, I can say that there is a system through which before entering any of the country, we are evaluating our patent application. Suppose if we are going to somebody and asking, is it really worth to enter in that particular country? Is it really be useful in terms of revenue generation or in terms of capturing market, or will be my product would be patentable in that particular country as per their patent act and rules? So in such cases, I can say that PCT, Patent Cooperation Treaty, is a consultation uh, step, consulting agency, I can say, which doesn't grant any patent, but it's a mechanism to streamline the patenting process in international countries. So we don't need to file separate application in each country. We just file one international application, go through the process of patent written opinions, search, examination, and be very sure whether to enter the national phase or not. So there are 155 member states under the Patent Cooperation Treaty, and all will have like a single platform. In a single set of fee, we can enter the PCT route, single language, single application, no separate fees, and my application will be treated in the similar way as other applications of international applications are being treated. So we can see here, what is PCT filing exactly? It is a Dropbox. I have dropped my innovation in that, and I'm waiting for all the processes for evaluating my patent. But finally, ultimately, at the end of 30 months, I have to enter the national phase, means particular countries. While I file the international application, I need to designate all the countries in which I wish to enter during my national phase. So PCT, just I can say that it's a kind of way of evaluating the patent applications, and what would be the recommendation in that? Once we are sure that yes, I can do some commercialization negotiation in US, I have somebody in UK who can collaborate with me. If I have somebody in UK who might be interested in my innovation, and I can license them till I generate a lot of revenues to have my own firm in UK. Till that time, I think till that time I can license to that particular firm and can generate revenue. Later on, definitely I will have my own multinational firm. So in such cases, PCT route is the best. So PCT perform international search, international preliminary examination, and during all those phases, we can modify, we can amend our applications, and we can be very sure. If suppose during PCT route, it come into the point that our patent doesn't have so much of patentability criteria, not meeting exactly novelty standards, we can do some amendments also. So what is the exact step First of all, we file an international application with a national or regional patent office or WIPO. So, international application can be filed on the site of Indian Patent Office also, or any regional patent office, or directly on the site of WIPO. So, but before that, we should have our own patent application filed in my own country. So, first I have to file in my own country. The decision point comes where, first of all, the innovator should file for provisional or complete. So, first we file it. Within 12 months, we file the international application. It could be in the Indian Patent Office either or WIPO. Then the point comes is the search. There is an international searching authority. Indian Patent Office is also ISA. Otherwise, we can search any of the ISA, which can search our patent total patent applications and can generate a search report as well as a written opinion. So, written opinion means they can give a proper idea where the issues can arise: novelty, obviousness, industrial applicability, where our patent has the loopholes, where the amendment could be done. Suggestions are also there, as well as they can cite on like our patent matches which kind of innovations, like any earlier literature or any earlier patent. So they can give us a proper search report as well as a written opinion. So we are very become very sure, like my product is patentable, what are the issues in industrial applications, obviousness, or my patent has lots of novelty. So there are a full assessment, and there are good officials who are checking it, which are reputed. Patent office taking it very critically. The written opinion is very elaborate. So it's a very trustworthy thing that we are going through, and we can become very sure before entering the national phase. International publication occur after 18 months. What happens is, like, before international publication, if we find that there are some issues in our patent application, we can do the amendments and can withdraw our patent application either, or can do amendments in our claims. And we can suppose if we are withdrawing or doing amendment, our patent application will not be published after 18 months. So this is a way through which we can actually have some time for amendment. So this is a step. Suppose our patent application is published, and it is published, and on the WIPO patent scope website, everybody is looking over it. So I may not make changes after that, and even people can see it, can make the replicas. If suppose during international search authority report, if I find that some kind of patentability issues are there, but I can solve it, so I have done some amendment, added some more technical features. Somewhere we do innovations, but we forget to actually write it. So we can write it again, we can do the amendments, and then we can enter the publication stage. So this is a way where there is a decision point that is allowable in the PCT process. Another point come is, like, suppose ISA is done, but we can also do one supplementary international search that is optional. So in different technical fields, different languages, all kind of patent application worldwide are searched, and diversity of prior art is considered, and this is also very stringent search. This is also an option. Suppose if I'm not very satisfied with the search report and opinions, and I want it again to be examined. So examination also could be done at international preliminary examination. That is one step, and but it is done only after search. So there is a proper examination done by the WIPO, and there is a proper opinion given to the innovator whether it will be patentable or not. So if suppose an innovator gets an negative opinion, the cost of entering the national phase is saved, because then he will not enter the national phase application. Once he gets a very clear note, clear positive indication, yes, the product is novel, then only they can enter the national phase at the end of 30 or 31 months. But you may enter early. There are ways through which before 30 months we can enter the national phase through expedited process. So expedited process is patent prosecution highway. That is a newly introduced system through which we can enter the national phases even before the end of 30 months or even before that. So this is the way the timeline starts here, just as a ready reckoner. We can file one local application, suppose in India. We file the PCT application at any of the office, which is a receiving office. India is a receiving office of international application. We can choose India, or we can directly file on the site of WIPO. At the end of 16 months, we have every patent application is examined through international searching authority, every patent application. So this is a normal process. So whenever we file an international application, normal fees is 1330 Swiss franc, 1330. So we can convert it in Indian rupees. And one thing to know is, like, India is in the category of developing countries. So WIPO has given 90% reduction in the fees. So you can see, even if it is 26,000 INR for filing international applications, so 90% reduction would be there in that 26,000 for normal individuals, startups, especially. So here in international application, we can get a reduced fee for filing. Then every patent application international is examined. It's through search report. So ISA is generated for every patent application and a written opinion. So international search report give an idea which or where the patent literatures or any scientific publications are matching with our innovation. So which claim is matching, where there is a kind of obstacles in establishing the novelty, where could be a novelty being destroyed. It is in a very elaborate way they are citing it. They give a written opinion. Is it patentable or not? Is it useful or not? Is it industrially applicable or not? So you can say that it's a very elaborate and done by the very competent staff of every patent office. So it's very useful document. Suppose at this stage we are giving some kind of negative comments, we can do the amendments at here at this stage at the end of 16 months. And we can even withdraw our patent application at this stage if it is negative, because once it is published, it will be in public domain. And even we are not able to do any addition, improvement, or technical advancements. So it will be better to read it carefully at the end of 16 months once we receive the international search report, do the amendments, and even if it is very negative, we can withdraw our application here. At 18 months, every patent application gets published, international patent application. It will be in public domain. It will be on the website of WIPO Patent Scope, accessible by everybody. Everybody read it. So you can be sure that now it's in public domain. So people can even make the replicas but cannot make the same. They cannot make it because they cannot make it for marketing. Even if it is being shown, if it is in public domain, it cannot be sold, it cannot be manufactured, it cannot be brought into the market. So this is a way through which it is done. Whenever at 22 months we feel that we can have one international preliminary examination, but that is optional. That has to be done only when we think that we have some kind of hitch in our written opinion and search report, and we want to be very sure, because this phase is a phase at which the fees are very less, because we are in India, as being Indians, we are in the category of 90% reduction. So everywhere the fees would be less. So we can go through this process. Otherwise, if we have a very positive written opinion and search report, we may not opt it. If we opt for this examination, at the end of 28 months, we get the report. So after 6 months, we get an international preliminary report on patentability, and we have still 2 months to decide whether to enter the national phase or not, and to which country. So there is important that once it is published, from 18 months till 30 months, 12 months time is to do the market survey of that particular country where we wish to enter, that we have designated during international patent filing. So those designated countries, suppose we have designated 15 countries. So we can enter any of the 15 countries. So we have to evaluate the market, legal compliance, competitors, anybody who is ready to take the license of the product, who is ready to collaborate with us to make the same kind of product in that particular country, because we do not have resources. So this is the time of 12 months from international publication till 30. So this 12 months time, normally it may happen that some foreign company may contact you. If they find that product is very unique, very novel, very innovative, they may connect you. So this 12 months time must be spent on the market analysis, collaboration, networking, connections, and to think not only to enter the national phase, but to establish ourselves in particular country with the marketing, commercialization, because unless until you commercialize in that particular country, again the point of working a patent comes. We cannot sit with a patent in our hand. We have to manufacture, we have to commercialize, we have to sell at an affordable price. So to achieve those criterias, we must have early homework done. Means like we should have collaborators, we should have the resources in that, and this 12 months time should be spent in that. In India it is 31 months, so at the end of 31 months we can enter any of the designated countries. And country designation should be done at this stage, filing international application. But it is not such that if I'm designating 10 countries, I should enter in 10. I may enter lesser than them, but at least those countries, we cannot enter in any country which is not designated. That's why we can enter like, but first we have to, here also we have to designate those countries only in which we are interested. So this is the step: file a local, then file international, then receive the opinion on patentability. Then optional is file international preliminary examination, and then we can have, once we receive a patentability analysis, we can enter the particular national phase. But in the national phase, the fees again will be as per the national rules and act. So here the cost would be more till the grant. This cost would be less. As you know, 90% reduction is there everywhere. And international filing fees is 1330 Swiss franc. The international search, this fee, international search report generation fee, this is will be about 200 to 1500 Swiss franc, depending on country to country, because in India there is a different fee, in other country there are different fee, but still the total cost of PCT would be nearly 25,000 for Indians. Once they enter the national phase, then their fees will be applicable. So here we have to choose the countries in a very apt way, so that we should have the enough market in that particular country. So here there are something about the typical use and timelines. So PCT is that once we first file in our own country, up to 12 months we can enter any of the PCT member states, and we can claim the priority date as the country in which we have first filed. Suppose we have filed in India, then within 12 months I'm entering US directly, claiming the priority of Indian filing. So this is Paris Convention simple route. But here we have to be very sure in which country we are entering. It should be granted there. And we have to do the market survey earlier. In PCT, already we have discussed the process, but here the first filing, priority date or PCT filing date, we shouldn't be confused about our local filing date. No. Local filing could be provisional or complete, but once we file the international application, that international application date will be our priority date. So up to 30 months we can enter the national phase. National phase, their own rules and regulations, but before entering national phase, you have so many things in your hand. International search report is there, international preliminary examination report is there, and you are very sure that yes, in that particular designated country, because WIPO not only give you the search report, they also communicate to your designated countries also. So your designated countries are already very aware that you are coming in your country, and this is the written opinion, patent search report of your innovation, and they are well aware of yourself. So this will be easy to get your patent granted in the national phase. So in this way, we can have the least timeline. PCT international phase is normally, we can say that one important part is the claim amendment. Claim amendment must be done after the search report receiving. So before publication, because many people, many innovator normally, because there's a short timeline, 16 months to 18 months, in 2 months, at least we should go through the search report very critically, do the amendments if it is negative and doesn't allow it to get published. If it is getting published, nothing is in your hand actually. Now I'm going to a very important point, that is patent prosecution highway in short. So this is an accelerated national phase examination. Suppose my another innovator say that, okay, I've crossed the PCT route in 30 months. Now coming the national phase. Now some countries doing it fastly. Some countries taking three years or more than 3 years. So what to do? So this is a way, patent prosecution highway, through which expedite examination could be done for two countries simultaneously, but this is bilateral. This is not multilateral. So how it works? See, suppose if I'm entering the national phase, now we are not talking about PCT. This is once we enter the national phase. So suppose I have designated two countries and I'm entering in two countries after my PCT process. So in the national phase, my application A has been filed in Office of Earlier Examination, first country. This corresponding application A, the same application, has been filed in Office of Later Examination. Now, first country have, because all are the member states, all are PCT member states at national phase. First country has given an indication of allowability. Yes, it would be allowed. It has a positive indication on patentability. The later company here can receive this indication of allowability because I have filed a PPH request here. So once the patent prosecution highway request is filed here, this indication of allowability is transferred to another country, sorry. So this is the earlier examination. Suppose in US the examination has been done. My patent examination report is generated and examination report is positive. They have given an indication, yes, this is patentable, useful, industrially applicable. So this examination report could be given to another member country. So this is bilateral. Another member country will use the same first examination report and do accelerated examination based on this report and again submit this to the first country. So this is a PPH. First of all, OLE. OLE is Office of Later Examination. They use search and examination information from OEE. They use the same information. Because suppose this is US, this is Europe, some particular country of Europe. So US has done the examination earlier. They have given a patentability report. They have given the information to later examination country. So they have given the information to European country. Now European country do it expeditely because the time is saved. They don't need to examination on a very elaborate way because already US has done it. So they do it in a very expedited way. Normally they consider most of the points of their examination report, and in this way this examination is also completed in Europe. So this is a bilateral agreement. So in patent prosecution highway, two countries together can work in coordination. So PPH request, if it is being filed, then this process can take place. So but it's important is that OLE, Office of Later Examination, agrees to accelerate processing but not to accept OE findings. So they may accelerate the processing but may not accept each and every finding. They definitely can go accelerated because why accelerated is being done whenever everything is clear. When there are issues, patent office takes lots of time, go through the pre-grant oppositions, because after publication it may be very sure that patent office might be receiving n number of pre-grant oppositions. So they go through all kind of opposition, objections, and they take a lot of time. So every innovator asks me why patent office takes lots of time, because they are reviewing it, and if it is not expedited, they see each and every point and incorporate it in their examination report. But here in the case, one country has already completed. So another country takes the points and do it in an expedited way because they are sure that yes, the indication of allowability has already been done. So this is a very important way through which we can definitely leverage this PPH pathway. So any question, please, I would be happy to answer this. If any question is there, definitely we can discuss.
Ma'am, we can skip the Q&A session because the next session will start in 3 minutes, like very sharp. And but ma'am's question, ma'am's email is there, phone number is even there. So the content that folks you have seen just now is very rare. Patent prosecution highway, very rarely you will see this knowledge being shared. So very, very, very thankful to you, ma'am. Really appreciate. Uh,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
so yeah, great. So great. Ma'am, are you still there? Because we have one question.
Yes, yes, please.
Yes, yes. Priyadarshini Tiwari, she's asking.
Okay. So, what are the benefits of patent cooperation treaty system for women innovators, particularly from India? Actually, in Indian Patent Act, definitely women innovators will get the advantage of expedited examination and a reduced fee of 80%. But as such, on paper, PCT system for women innovators, there is no such kind of special advantage. But as an individual innovator, you are capable of getting the 90% reduction as like all the people of India are getting. So as India is a developing country, so you will get the 90% reduction, but not as a separate law in WIPO for women innovators. In India, you can have the expedited examination facility at a 80% reduced fee. All others are not eligible. Only startups and all the group of individual in which at least one woman innovator is there, then you can avail the facility of expedited examination and at a reduced fee of 8,000 only. So this is the way, but not at PCT. Thanks for the question.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Really appreciate your thoughts on international patent filing. Ma'am's email and contact was there. If you want, you can also send email to Turnip. We will forward it to ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody's ma'am. Thanking you. Very informative session. Priyadarshini is saying thank you. So very, very, very wonderful to have all of you, the audience. And thank you very much, ma'am. Really appreciate your valuable time. All right, so we will start the next session in 1 minute. So yeah, meanwhile, let's watch the video on L2 Pro platform, and thereafter we will start the session by Dr. Arash Hajikhani. He's already with us, so we will start the session in 1 minute.
Hello, entrepreneurs. Intellectual property, or IP, as we call it, is life and blood of today's innovative startup culture. No wonder we have launched the L2 Pro, or Learn to Protect Your IP in India, to make you aware of IP protection and enforcement in the simplest way possible. We have designed this course for entrepreneurs, startup founders, and individuals from SMEs based in India. You will learn to acquire, protect, manage, and commercialize your IP without battling the legal jargon. We will go through the entire course step by step in 3 different levels. The basic level offers you the simple basics of IP. The intermediate level has a lot more in store about protecting, managing, and commercializing your IP. The advanced level will open you to a world of ideas around funding, the role of IP tech standards, and IP dispute settlement. As we move up these levels, concepts will get tougher, but the learning will not stop being fun. While this course is designed for the entrepreneurs amongst us, anyone who wants to learn about IP can take this course. So, what are you waiting for? Let the learning begin.
All right, folks. So with us is Dr. Arash Hajikhani. He's a research team leader in quantitative science and technology studies area at VTT Technical Research Center of Finland. He also serves as an adjunct professor at Lund University. His research focuses on innovation and technology management using data-driven methods to assess STI indicators and systems, science, technology, and innovation systems. Arash is an AI data scientist. He drives and advises on AI implementation in top corporations. So, with this, I welcome on stage Arash. Most welcome to you on Turnip platform on Turnip Innovation Festival. So, the stage is yours. I'll be around if you need me. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Rahul. I hope you hear me well, and really happy to be here. Very privileged. So I'm based in Finland. As Rahul said, I'm a research team leader at VTT, which is a technical research center. So we are very much into research projects, and I'm a team leader. My team is very much focused on quantitative methods to analyze science, technology, innovation studies. And then obviously, because when we talk about science technology, we are eventually looking at a lot of textual artifacts. Our knowledge as a human species is very much documented. So then definitely one of the top of the shelf models we use is natural language processing, and then very lately NLP and LLMs, large language models, and AI eventually. So I have crafted like a slide set, and I hope that it is informing and engaging you. So let me start presenting my material. Yeah, I hope it's visible. If not, Rahul, please let me know. Okay, so yeah, I'm looking at this topic of role of generative AI in the knowledge discovery, and with that, opportunities and challenges. So the first premise is that these tools are very powerful, but then again, if not used correctly, then they are also offering a lot of challenges. So that's why it's good to look at them from two perspectives: that what we can gain from them, but what we need to be aware in order to not, get lost or kind of not achieve our targets with either research or knowledge discovery as part of the research process we want to do. A bit of my background. So Rahul made a very humble presentation, but yes, I have kind of roles in academia and industry. Via VTT, we are also working with corporate clients. So I hope that I'm having this approach of what is happening in kind of science technology like academia, and then what is happening in the business sector. So this combination would probably something that I hope that I can convey. Then otherwise, I'm also very active in LinkedIn and have my blog post series. So if you would like to follow me there and continue with my community there, so please be in touch there as well. But without further ado, I think this is a good exercise that we also get to know each other. I would like to also know like what type of audience is there, and what is your way of looking at this thing in the beginning. And I think it's also an interesting exercise for others who are in this session as well. So the Mentimeter is something that you can also find in internet. Like if you type menti.com and then there is a code. So this is like a very simple question about what you position the added value of AI in scientific research practices. So yeah, just please either navigate with the QR code if you are able to use your phone, or then go to the menti.com and type the code. This is just, we would like to understand as a crowd how we would position ourselves, especially when AI is very much available for doing scientific research practices. So I think the very big questions about to what extent AI really improved efficiency of our research processes. Do we really see that it has a low impact, or it has achieved a high impact, or do you also evaluate it on another spectrum, like is it a low innovation or a high innovation? I keep the responses to come so that we can also see at the same time how the kind of responses are clustered. The other interesting question is that how much has AI enhanced the accuracy of your research outcome? Do you value it very high impact or high innovation, or the other way around? And then the last one is, how significantly has AI contributed to productivity of your research team? And this very much looks at your collaborators, people who you work with in your teams, your colleagues, your co-authors. So how you would expect that AI has contributed to the productivity of you as a team? Quite interesting. I mean, now what I see is that it is quite relatively high impact and high innovation. So for all the three questions, and I have to be honest that in different setups, in different audiences, I have tried this in the past couple of workshops that I have organized. It really varies. I mean, in disciplines, when you go to different disciplines, you see that people have different opinions. But yeah, I think that this crowd is very much, I would say, optimist in a way that we are expecting to have high value and we're getting it. And then, of course, high innovation is also part of it. But interesting. I would go further in my material and I try to kind of show you the other side of the story. How should we be more careful, not necessarily using the word pessimist, but how to be more responsible. And I would dive a little bit deeper to the challenges that we would face. So maybe kind of going through major trends. I think you're seeing a lot of fuzz and buzz around AI. Of course, these are tools driven by profit-making companies, so they are really putting so much effort to make us believe that, okay, these are something that really are changing a lot of stuff. To some extent true, but again, it's really hard to navigate that, okay, what is real innovation, what is substantial, what is moderate. So I try to kind of get a hang of it, like go around it and then try to cluster it into major, let's say, 7 categories. So one aspect, which is like we keep seeing in a different form and shape, is that these models are getting cheaper and then faster. So in a way, it's a good thing. Necessarily not cheap. I mean, we know that these AI models are quite expensive to operate. They are very energy hungry. But then again, when it's very early in the process of adaptation, we see that companies are very much competing with each other. So we are somehow in the honeymoon phase of like competition and then discounted prices. And then, of course, this other aspect of efficiency with engineering. So these models are also trying to organize themselves in a different way. So this engineering aspect to make them more efficient and faster, again, is another criteria that we are all observing. Then we are seeing that, these large language models, the core functionality we see behind, for example, ChatGPT or any AI chatbot, they are getting more capable. For example, one of the limitations have been always this context window, that how much material you can send to the model for the processing. But this is also increasing. Now, Google Gemini has claimed to have 2 million tokens, which things used to be like, if you look at 2 years back, the context window, which is very kind of a big aspect of utility of these models, were much, much shorter, meaning like 16,000 tokens, which you can barely even put like a article. But now with imagining like 2 million tokens, you can eventually offer your knowledge, the knowledge that you want to have some analysis with in a realm of like 50 or 200 research papers. The other trend is on-premise AI. And this is mainly because of the concerns about data privacy and data security. Obviously, I mean, the tools that we are using nowadays are very much cloud-based. You can barely have anything on your local machine. And if any, it would be very inferior. So if you're willing to use these very advanced models and get very high-level qualities, then therefore you need to use cloud. But then that comes the question that, okay, then ownership of data, that when eventually you put some data in the cloud and send it, for example, to OpenAI or whatever provider, then data is basically gone. So then in cases where the data sensitivity is a matter, as an issue, then there is a trend that, companies or the ones who would like to try these things are going to acquire machinery and, the servers and the tools to run it in-house and kind of locally. Then about this restricted versus specialized AIs, which we also published recently about this topic, that, not for everything we need like these very generic large language models. The things that are available to us via, for example, OpenAI, they are there to serve generic purposes. But then imagine that if you have a very specialized application, for example, you want to use it for topics on biochemistry, maybe there is an AI that has been trained on a better data. But if not, then there is a path that you can actually create your own large language model and then use it for your own purposes. So then it comes about that the kind of the trend is going more to the direction that, instead of like very large and universal language models, we are expecting to see much more specialized and then fine-tuned models for very particular tasks. Then the other trend is about the open versus closed models. And this is rather interesting because what we are seeing nowadays, at least the very good ones, they are owned by companies with commercial aspirations. So then the diagnosis or kind of understanding the parameters and then kind of knowing how these things are functioning is very challenging. However, the open source community is offering a lot of kind of nuances, and that's why it is also helping the progress of other application of this model. And this gap is closing, which is in a way very interesting pattern. It used to be that, the best models you could see from the commercial providers, then there was a lag of 1 year so that you could see something equal from the open source community. But now this gap is almost closing to less than 6 months. Then one other aspect we are observing is this combination of different AI and then AI models and then forming agentic approaches. So in a way, using in a very creative way, combining different agents to do a particular task. And I have an example. I will walk you through how I would use it and how we would use it to facilitate knowledge discovery, summarization, and getting understanding about certain trends. And then last but not least, it's about evaluations. Evals and basically large language models evaluation is very critical, because obviously what you see is that these are machineries that are predicting some text. But then the question that, okay, to what extent we can rely on the intuition or the responses that these models are providing. The reality is that in this chart, you can see that the human evaluations, they're very expensive. So we as humans are rather slow. And then for certain topics, we don't even know. We don't have the knowledge to basically evaluate if these topics are valid or not, if the responses are accurate or not. Then the ground truth, the factual things are also really hard to collect. Again, there's like a lot of unknowns. But then we are seeing this trend that LLMs are getting more functional and they are getting more equipped with different type of other mechanisms like reasonings and logic imitation. And then the multiplicity of these LLMs eventually are creating this realm that LLMs are evaluating each other. And this is a trend we are going to see more and more, that evaluations are also outsourced out of the human realm, mostly to the LLMs. And then eventually humans are just part of the loop. And then I think I don't need to emphasize on this that earlier there wasn't much research about the productivity and utility gain of using these tools for work, but consultancies have done very rigorous type setup studies. In this case, BCG have done a study that they provided AI to a certain consultant and then not provided AI to another one, and then they were about to do the same task. And then they realized after that the ones that were offered with AI tools and they were able to use them efficiently, they were more productive by even 40% percentage point, which is like very substantial. So then I think the clear message is that definitely there are productivity gains. If you are able to know how to use them, you are able to be more productive from your peers comparatively to your counterparts. And then again, in science, I think one of the beautiful things that happens with large language models is that this democratization of participation in science. I mean, in a world that we are now living in, 95% of the population are non-native English speakers. I think majority of these audience probably to an extent. So leveraging these AI tools can definitely help to bridge the language gap. I mean, that itself is a very interesting step forward, that eventually we now have tools that are able to kind of make discussions more robust, more diverse, more innovative, and then basically the language doesn't become a barrier for non-native English speakers to kind of communicate their thoughts. And I think we all have seen, if you have ever published a paper, immediately, if your name is not like a Latin type name, it's very much obvious that you would probably be asked to do a proofreading. And these are costs. I mean, no matter if you have done a very good job on communicating your research in a paper, but then again, there are like these kind of matters that their reviewers or editors are expecting you to do the proofreading. But then again, we see that these tools are very efficient with proofreading, and it's become evident that there are many use cases of that as well. But on the other side, I think there is another aspect about this not being responsible on using them. So, and this phenomenon of generative AI filling up internet, I think that's also very alarming. That nowadays, I think there was also a report about the quality of search engines. Nowadays, it's also really hard to get something out from the search engine because, thanks to generative AI, there's so much content generated over the past 2 years that it's making it difficult to basically index and search and find relevant information. And that's a challenge itself. I think it's very fair to say it's like a data pollution in the realm of AI. And we're also seeing it in the academia. I mean, it's not only internet, but this pollution has already penetrated our scientific discourse. I think you have all noticed in social media and LinkedIn or elsewhere that these papers that, for example, forgot to take out the bits and pieces that you, for example, normally get out of ChatGPT, and then somehow the review system didn't notice it, and then they were published, and later people understand that, okay, well, even in the abstract, there is this thing that ChatGPT used to say, and the authors forgot to take it. But again, I mean, this is like just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, you can even try it yourself. Like if you go to Google Scholar or any kind of scientific indexing engine and search for these kind of common phrases like, unfortunately, I'm unable to answer your question that GPT sometimes give, or that I'm sorry, but I don't know, blah, blah. You see that there are actually papers who have mentioned these things, and they are still listed and nobody have noticed them. But again, think about it. This is only just the tip of the iceberg. These are the ones that have forgot to take these out, let alone the ones that have used it, and then they were kind of careful enough to go and check and take them out. But that is an indication that, AI has already penetrated our writings, and it's already in the scientific discourse. And then the dilemma comes that, okay, do we trust? I mean, should we trust the authors who have used these things, have really cared about what they are communicating, or have they really proofread and checked what AI is giving, or not? They were just using it, and they didn't even care enough to read it again to take at least these very obvious phrases. So I think this really kind of shakes the trust foundations of scientific discourse. There has been also studies that people did by very simple kind of text analytics. They realized that there are certain terminologies that suddenly start to spike only after we ended up having, for example, ChatGPT type tools in our availabilities. For example, these words like delve or tapestry or vibrant suddenly start to grow after 2022, exactly when we start to have ChatGPT as a writing assistant. Or then other kind of very much overused ChatGPT phrases like dive into, it's important to note, suddenly they start to rise. And these are all indication that there are, I mean, authors are using it, researchers are using it, and that it itself gives us the impression that, okay, next time we are reading an article, should we kind of really trust this thing, or is it an AI written thing? I think I always have the dilemma, and I'm always getting more skeptic about when I'm reading a new article, because you obviously think that, okay, it's great, it's a very productive tool, but again, if everybody's using it and they're not really taking care of what they're communicating, maybe it's a big problem. Yeah, I mean, the researchers are just publishing nowadays that, GPT writing style has infiltrated over 10% of scientific abstracts since its launch. They're also identifying, what journals are more visible, what countries, and so there's like a lot of the statistics are coming around. So it's really there. We are basically in the area where AI has penetrated and polluted our scientific discourse. But then again, I think that the easy solution to overcome this kind of obvious word replacement to something else, so not to be detected, is maybe like next time you're proofreading, use an AI to make sure that you tell it that don't use delve or this and that, and then it uses a different word. But then does this necessarily solve the problem? I mean, we all constantly keep using that, but then the language keeps changes, and I think nowadays even you don't see much delve within ChatGPT, because I think they have also fixed it so that it doesn't sound like all the time similar answer to everybody. But then I think the biggest challenge here is that the speed of content production is at ever high, and that will cause certain issues. Most of all, like this rapid generation of falsehood. So we know that LLMs like chatbots, they are not able to understand the kind of the truth, and then at the same time, if this ratio of creation of content is so high, basically if we affiliate it to creating a falsehood, then the human capacity for correction is very, very kind of limited. I am actually functioning as a editor in a journal, and we have already noticed that there has been much more submissions to our issues, but at the same time, the editorial board is the same number of people, and then we have also the same number of hour and capacity to perform. So in a way, this is like very much an unfair battle, like human versus AI, while authors are using huge load of these tools, and then the increase of submissions. At the same time, the review system is also suffering because they don't have enough human capacity. The other problem which might emerge is this amplification of lies. So in the digital era, in a way, if something keeps just repeated over and over again, in a way, it becomes like a fact. And this is also like a very much risk, especially in very sensitive topics like healthcare or pharma, that, it's very much deals with humans' health. So imagine that if some research comes out with use of AI and not responsible use of AI, and then it becomes like a knowledge, and then everybody tries to cite that thing, then eventually we are proliferating these kind of non-factual information into the discourse. And then it will end up in a vicious cycle, because if you recall, these LLMs have been trained on information or accumulated information as human species, like, whatever has been on internet, the books, the research articles. And then suddenly, if now we are in the era where LLMs are producing so much content, then the next generation LLMs will eventually train themselves on these falsified, non-relevant and non-very representative information, and then the quality of the future generation LLMs will definitely suffer. So this is very much like a challenge ahead, and I wanted to raise it to you that, okay, these are great tools, but at the same time, if all these tools are available to the majority public, and then people are not really understanding the responsibility of using this, then we are actually crippling ourselves and then creating much more problem later in the process. And this is like, I mean, again, everywhere. There was earlier like a Nature article came out that they also identified that reviewers are also using generative AI to review articles. And this was in a very particular conference. They realized that, okay, 17% of peer review were kind of having significantly influenced by AI. So in a way, we are in a world that eventually AI is writing papers for other AIs to evaluate. I mean, this itself is very kind of thought-provoking and in a way scary. So, I mean, where this tsunami of AI-generated content is going, I would say it's really hard to really, at least for myself, to wrap my head around. So there's like this evolving threat of data pollution. We discussed about it. Search engines are also suffering from it because, you know, they are working with, you know, these SEO tactics and these keywords ranking and all. So eventually, if these content is much more, then they will suffer. So we will end up having more problems identifying and finding relevant information. The search reliability will definitely reduces. So we will get like a lot of these influx of low quality AI generated content where it's really hard to kind of work it out with the search tools or search functionalities to get out. And then in the most kind of technical and critical discourses like scientific discussions, it becomes much more sophisticated because AI is very good at communicating and argumenting and then identifying that, okay, what has been written by AI or not, it becomes even much of a bigger challenge. And if you remember, like OpenAI, even when they announced their tools, they had like an AI checker. But then they really pull it out because it wasn't working. I mean, in a way, it doesn't, because it's so convincing that it's really almost impossible to identify if something has been written by AI or not. So I think, in a way, I would like to also invite you to think about these thought-provoking items that I have listed here. So in a way, it's a double-edged sword, you know, reflecting on LLM impacts. So there's a topic of ethics in AI. We have to get ourselves comfortable with the fact that, you know, AI decisions hold ethical implications eventually, and then how we would like to align them with societal values. So as AI, these LLMs are becoming more fluent and more functional, and now AI agents are there. Eventually, we would see them coming into our societies, into our systems. Imagine whatever it could be, like about the social welfare type of allocation of like certain resources to an individual, or even when you're applying a job, like an AI screens the CVs and, you know, resumes. So what about these kind of AI decision making? To what extent do you want to really outsource these type of decisions? To what extent we would like to be in place, kind of making sure everything is in order as humans? And eventually these systems are getting complicated, but how we should design these systems that humans can still be on board. Then the bias in AI, we know definitely AI will inherit bias from the training data, and then how we can prevent that, that's another question. The other aspect is about dependency on AI. You know, we are eventually relying more and more on LLMs, and this will eventually result into our cognitive capabilities being diminishing. And this is a research also has came that the coders who have been able to write codes very fluently, nowadays they are actually suffering because they have been outsourcing a lot to LLMs, that their cognitive capability and their ability to write a functioning code has reduced because they have created a lot of dependency. Misinformation, I think we talked about it. It's really hard to identify what is real, what is not. And especially when it comes in a very, certain type of dialogue, like in the scientific papers, it even becomes much more difficult. Content authenticity. And then last but not least, this collaboration versus isolation. I mean, we are seeing that LLMs becoming, well, these AI tools becoming very functional. So imagine as a scholar, you want to do something, and you might eventually go to your colleagues and ask for their help. But now when AI is available and you can, for example, do coding without knowing much code, then you're probably not going to go to your colleague who is very good in the statistical analysis. So in a way, it is putting ourselves into our echo chambers. in a way we end up in our silos and working with our own AI models and AI chatbots, and this will somehow suffer the collaboration. And in academic literature, this type of tools we are seeing over and over again, that it's becoming very mechanical nowadays, for example, to get in a state of art understanding about a certain topic. So we are seeing more of these machineries coming, and the caveat here is that the distance of a scholar to the actual data is becoming much further. So in a way, you're having these machinery to do a literature review for you, to identify state-of-the-art gap analysis, and then whatever you end up looking at is something that AI has decided or AI has kind of curated for you within that very complicated process that eventually you are not really familiar to go and diagnose and see what can be fixed. There are like a lot of tools out there such that, and this is one example that probably you have used it, to do a literature review or to find a support for an argument for your paper. But again, I would like to raise your attention that, these are not, again, comprehensive. You need to pay attention that what type of data these models have access to. I mean, the whole world is around 400 million publications. So if you're using, for example, some of these claimed to be chat tools for scientific literature, you have to realize that a lot of the content of publications are copyrighted material, and they are behind these major publishers like Elsevier, Scopus, Springer. So they are not so available for these tools so that they can retrieve. So whenever they are claiming that they have these most comprehensive, whatever literature review or AI research chatbot, you have to realize that this is only have a very much fractional amount of full text papers in itself, and that's no way even close to the 10%, because the only thing they are able to kind of get their hand around is open source publication, nothing else. So then next time when you are looking at these things and getting some sort of input, it's a good exercise. You can probably get some nuances that you have not considered, but be aware that when you are querying these things and you're interacting with these things, they're only able to give you some probable 10% of the population of all the scientific publication in a form of reference, or that's what they have access to. And then this is also varies heavily with disciplines. Some disciplines better coverage, some low coverage. So again, I think this is something to consider. But then moving on to the responsible use, I have really put a lot of emphasis on the challenges that not being responsible user can create for using these AI models. But then maybe some insight about the responsible use cases. We of course know that there are like many of these top LLM providers that are very kind of aggressively advertising, and they are having this capacity and engineering and the machinery. So, but then at the same time, when we are looking at LLMs, there are more than 15,000 LLMs out there, and ChatGPT is being one of them. OpenAI has like around more than 30 models, but they only have 30 models out of the 15,000 LLMs. So this is very much to identify the kind of the issue that these LLMs are very much data specific. So they have been trained on a very particular data, and then therefore they are kind of showing a certain capability on that. So then, for example, if you have a very particular application, you need to go and look for that LLM that has been trained on that particular data so that you can get a quality response. Otherwise, you would not probably get the quality response because you don't know if this LLM has been trained on that data or not. And there's a lot about these evaluations. We talked about it. I had a slide earlier that it's not about just an LLM kind of responding you in a very human sound type of interaction. It's more about, okay, what type of knowledge they have. There are certain benchmarks, there are certain evaluation systems maintained by scientists, maintained by other open source users. So it's really important to also get yourself familiarize how to benchmark LLMs for your own specific application. For example, if you're using LLM on a healthcare related matters, you need to go and check which one of these are performing better on those tests related to the healthcare information, or which one of them had more information about, for example, health-related content, that they basically inherit that in their functionalities. Otherwise, LLMs are kind of empty boxes. They are definitely bound to their training data. So if the training data is flawed, then you are expecting that to have a very kind of flawed application. Not to surprise you, I mean, there is this community of flat earthers. Like, there are people part of the world that they believe that Earth is flat, and they have made an LLM. They have collected all the evidences that they believe it actually corresponds to that matter, and they have made a language model that eventually, when you talk with that language model, it tries to convince you that, yeah, indeed, Earth is flat. So that's kind of shows you the fact that you need to check what data these models have been trained on, what type of performance they have on evaluations, and therefore use it for the application you're looking for. There is this clock 10-10 phenomenon, and I think this is a nice exercise. I also invite you to go and try it yourself. Try to prompt your language model, ask it like, draw me a watch shows, I don't know, whatever time. I mean, here I just put 5:15. It gives you a watch that shows like 10:10. So, and then if I try to prompt it again and say that, okay, well, work harder, this wasn't correct, give me a time watch that shows 5:15, again, it fails. And then you start to wonder that, okay, why this is the cause? Well, why this is the case? I mean, this sounds to be very simplistic kind of instruction. But when you just Google it, because again, these models are bound with training data. So they have been trained on a certain amount of images of clocks so that they can actually generate a clock in different positions or different surfaces, like on a table, on a wall, whatnot. But then if you Google it, just put clock in the Google search, you see that all these clocks, or majority of them, are showing like 10:10. I think for aesthetic reasons, some designer decided that, okay, in order to present watches, it's good to show them like that. But then I think this will indicate the fact that these models are heavily bounded to their training data. And then if the training data is flawed, then you see that the use case is also flawed, as we saw it in the example, that whatever you type for the time, it just gives you whatever it has in the data set. And this is just one example. Just extrapolate and try to relate it to whatever other topic that these models might not have the right data, so that you can actually query them. So the landscape of science technology discourse in the lights of LLMs. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. There's so much content is coming out there. 1 million tech-related articles publishing each month. There's 3 million patents filed every year. 2.5 million scientific papers published each year. So this is like the chart is just growing. Everything is just growing in terms of content production. And that becomes very challenging, because eventually, if you are looking for knowledge discovery, you want to identify certain information, then you are basically having a hard time to identify what is relevant, what is not. And this is the global map of science. This is almost 400 million papers out there. They are talking about different topics, and this just keeps expanding, while at the same time, the challenge of identifying relevant information becomes much more challenging as well. Gladly, I mean, with the LLMs, we have certain methods that we can actually use them for our own purposes in a better way and better kind of functionalities. So LLMs being a model that can understand language, can extract context, and comprehend the language, one can actually use their own documents and then use these other type of arrangements called like these RAG applications, like retrieval augmented generation, that in a way you can provide your own knowledge, the approved knowledge that you believe that this is basically what you would like to work with, and then use LLMs on top of that knowledge for your own purposes. One of the also growing application, and I was talking earlier with on a seminar with Elsevier, that knowledge graphs are also coming into perspective. That the data that is out there, it has like certain representation. I mean, they are all have like real world entities. They are objects, there are events, there are situations. They're not necessarily just syntactic things. So, for example, if you just type Steve Jobs, it's not just the name. It is a person, former CEO of Apple, an inventor of a product. There is a successor to him. He lived in a certain location. So all this data, metadata, is also valuable for the search kind of functionalities. And these knowledge graphs are something that are coming, and it tries to connect these interlinkages, create more descriptions for these entities, and as a result, improve the search functionalities. And now we are seeing that LLMs are also coming into place, basically getting help from LLMs to extract metadata in order to enrich these knowledge graphs is something that has become very functional. And for example, I mean, think about it. The scenario in a very traditional search engine case is that, you might search for deep learning in healthcare, but then this will struggle with synonyms, acronyms, all the semantic nuances. So then as a result, this information overload will happen. So the results will lack any prioritization. There's not much meaningful organization. So there is a disconnect. So you are looking for something, but you're not getting a very representative answer. And it's really difficult to identify relationship between contexts around these papers. But now when the knowledge graphs are there, and then with the help of LLM, we can actually process much more complicated queries. For example, one can write that what are the latest breakthroughs in AI for cancer diagnosis. The LLM basically interpret that to like the latest breakthroughs from the query to prioritize publication from the recent years. And then it also recognizes that when it's said AI in the query, that means actually artificial intelligence and other things affiliated to it. And then at the same time, with the knowledge graph roles, we have identified earlier like articles that are connected to cancer diagnosis or other type of AI-related methods like machine learning or image recognition. So all these linkages are established. So then finally, when you are making a search in such a system, then you will get much better ranked articles. In a way, it's also visual, and it really improves the search quality. Even we have used it at VTT. I mean, in my team, we have used it for example, identifying innovative activities from the company websites. So this is very much like, if you look at company websites, they are not structured as articles or papers. So then you would question that, okay, how to make this process a bit more structured. So we had this machinery and methodology to kind of work with the data on the company websites, and then try to use LLMs to create this ontology and then create a knowledge graph. So at the end of the day, we were able to, for example, identify that, okay, this web page of a website, it is disclosing like a innovation about, for example, in this case, new electrode systems, and this has been developed by VTT, like us in this case, and another university, and then the product is trademark named is Polar Electronic. It's like a wearable watch. So I mean, in a way, this is much more intuitive, and this has been achieved by very much minimal training of LLM, applying some historical data and then extrapolating its capabilities. Or in another way, we were able to identify that, for example, what VTT is located and with whom we are connected, who has worked with us, and what type of collaboration has happened, and so on and so forth. Okay, I think my time is almost up. I don't want to take much of your time. I think there might be some Q&A. So then on that note, I would say, Rahul, if you want to kind of open the Q&A, we can move there. I had a bit of more slides. Like, I don't know how much time I have, Rahul. Can I still show a couple of more?
Yeah, you can use your time. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, we
perfect.
can extend 5-10 minutes. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. I wanted to show you this. I talked earlier about this human and AI agents. And I mean, this is coming very much into our use cases. So nowadays, anytime you would like to do something, just try to ask this question about yourself. Can this task be managed by or somehow augmented by AI, or how can AI assist me here? And this question, when you ask, then you realize, okay, maybe there are ways that I can do this more efficiently. And I asked the same question. For example, there's like now I have this reviewer tool as a GPT function out there. It's in the GPT App Store. That simply I put the reviews that I have done for the papers in my field in science, technology, innovation, and then I compiled this very polite type reviewer that can give feedback on a research proposal, suggest like enhancing or kind of do a friendly review in a much scaled way, even without me being aware. So, I mean, this is nice productivity, I would say. I mean, this could give like some initial insight to an author about how they can improve. Or then another way, these kind of AI agents in action, for example, to identify certain insight. So in this case, I have combined these AI agents into different arrangements that, for example, if you're asking that what are the latest trends in AI, it goes and searches the internet, scrape the content from the, let's say, top 500 links, and then creates a summary out of them. This is again something that I'm building with AI machineries, like AI APIs and things that extends the designing capability, and therefore you are able to do it. It is not so available, for example, if you ask it with ChatGPT, because they are also somehow made a predefined amount of, like, for example, capacity that you can utilize them. But with the APIs, you have all the freedom to use them in the extent you like, and therefore you can actually build much more power type applications. Yeah, so maybe this is the last Menti. I would like to also get this insight, if allowed still, from the audience. So again, please scan the QR code. I mean, we have been talking a lot about the AI possibilities, challenges, opportunities. So I would like to ask you, what does emergence of AI mean to human creativity and originality? I mean, do you see that will it increase it? Will it decrease it? Or then it's really hard to say. So, I mean, I hope that this has created a little bit more nuances in the way you are looking at these things. So now I think it would be better to think that, okay, what does it mean in the upcoming future? Okay,
Great.
very interesting. Yeah,
So, folks,
interesting.
feel free to write your questions in the chat, and there are some links in the description under the section Arash Hajikhani, and there is his LinkedIn profile. Make sure that you follow him for the latest updates on AI. There's his website from which you can contact him. There's a specific link on open summer internship opportunities at VTT. So make an application, and hopefully things can change for you in this summer. And please write on the chat if you have any questions. We still have please make use of the valuable time that you are getting. And yeah, great session. Thank you, Arash. I think research has been hit the hardest among all sectors if you think about AI. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, you're welcome, Rahul. So yeah, basically, if you would like to be in touch, please follow me on LinkedIn as well. And I have a blog post series that I also talk and reflect about the utility of AI models. There was just a very recently a function also released by OpenAI, which I made a review about it. So if you would like to also see the functionality of this kind of a AI agent that it's functioning on a screen, then I made a comprehensive review about that as well. But thank you, Rahul. If there's nothing further, then I wish you a very good rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Arash, for your time. I will take just the last 2 minutes and conclude Turnip Innovation Festival. But really, really great to have you. So it really, fit in with our theme, research, innovation, and internationalization. And I hope that the audience picks up some nuggets here and there. and it leads to some more things, some opportunities for them and some opportunities for us. So great, thank you very much, really really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, folks, thank you. With this, I conclude Turnip Innovation Festival, and you will receive the feedback form within the next 1 hour. And you have to fill the feedback form with your verified email addresses so that you can receive the certificate. If your email is not verified, you will not be issued a certificate. So before you fill the feedback form, make sure that you click on the verification link that was sent you immediately after when you registered. And yeah, sometimes that link may go in the spam or promotions folders. So please, without clicking on the verification link, you will not be able to get the certificates. So thank you very much to the audience. We got 1852 final registration count. Thank you for staying till the very end. And I hope you have a nice rest of the day, nice rest of the weekend, and a very happy Republic Day tomorrow. So thank you, goodbye, and see you in the next events. Bye bye.